The speed with which Xbox goes from good news to bad news needs to be studied. I said nudes. That's not what's going on. That might be a little bit of a different story about Xbox. They go from good news to bad news, and it needs to be studied. Things under Asha Sharma were looking bright. She brought back Xbox Fan Fest. She announced the return of the Xbox console exclusive with Gears of War E-Day, and then, like a bad case of deja vu, within days of what many considered one of the best Xbox showcases ever, we get a barrage of bad news. It started with the Xbox memo about the next 100 days, seemingly pointing to some pretty tough decisions like layoffs and cuts. Then we hear from reliable sources that massive layoffs and studio closures are coming. Then we hear from Reuters that 3 people with direct knowledge of discussions happening at Microsoft right now, well, they're apparently considering selling off studios or even spinning off the Xbox gaming unit as a whole. And now, on the heels of this whirlwind, we get Satya Nadella speaking frankly about how they have not been monetizing gaming as a form of entertainment, but instead, they have been subsidizing it. Needless to say, there are big changes coming to the Xbox brand in the next few months. So, what will that look like? There has been a lot of confusion and mixed messaging at a higher degree than normal. Asha did interviews, Matt Booty did an interview, Matt Ball did interviews, and they are all saying things that sound somewhat contradictory and at the same time somewhat hollow and vague. Now, I'm going to do my best to show why nothing they are saying right now really matters, because much of this seems designed to confuse people, or at the very least just to calm everybody down, and I feel like we have been here before. Everyone gets a little confused, gets mixed messaging, and then the real information starts to come out. The real changes start to take place. This is likely being done to the seismic level changes that are about to happen, and I think they're worried about the damage it will do to the brand. So if you're watching this later, be sure to hit like and subscribe. That way you can be here for the live shows. And if you want to support me directly, best way to do that is to click join. And for $5 a month, you can be part of the membership here as well as our Discord, where we do a daily segment called The Green Room. And we are trying to get to a big member goal. So you can help us with that by clicking join. All right, so let's get into this one. If I had to use one word to describe the torrent of Xbox news the last 8 days, it would be whiplash. Just when it felt like Asha Sharma's new leadership was putting the brand on a path to greener pastures, we have to take an immediate detour through foreboding memos, rumors of layoffs and studio closures, sources saying that Microsoft may spin off the brand entirely, and Satya Nadella admitting some pretty frank things about the company. Now, let's think about how much of their communication feels like it's in conflict. And I want to start with the language of return. The return of Xbox, the return of exclusives. First, this rang a bit hollow during the showcase, where basically all of the other game announcements were multi-plat games. It continued to reverberate as a hollow gesture when the communication from Xbox about this topic didn't seem consistent. They said that live service games would continue to be multi-plat, but Gears of War E-Day is a live service game, and it was one of the games chosen to be a console exclusive. Limiting that game's reach will certainly not be good for its multiplayer or its ongoing content structure or monetization. Then they said that games that were already announced as multiplat would stay multiplat, seeming to indicate that new games would then be considered for exclusivity. Basically saying, listen, if we said something's multiplat, it's going to stay that way, which made everybody go, oh, well then does that mean we actually might get something new that then will be an exclusive? Matt Ball was asked about this, basically like, hey, why is Clockwork Revolution an exclusive, but the newly announced Senua is a multiplat? And his answer was no comment. So as the dust settles, none of this feels like the return of anything other than the return of mixed messaging and vague corpo-speak promises. Then the memo makes it clear that a return to exclusives isn't even tied to a very clear hardware strategy. If the Helix goes forward as a more expensive PC hybrid, exclusives as a marketing term doesn't really make any sense. And Asha's memo made it sound like hardware plans are basically up in the air, which is essentially what Sneakers SO said would be going on, and they leaked that earlier this year. So if the hardware plans aren't concrete, I stand by my original theory. These two exclusives are purely about stopping the bleeding. They knew a showcase of 20 plus games going to the PlayStation 5 right before all this bad news hit. Well, it would be a pretty strong motivator to leave the brand and just switch to PlayStation or PC. GTA 6 is coming, not to PC at least initially, and the current gen Call of Duty is also coming. Wolverine is coming. Those are a lot of reasons to just jump to PlayStation if every game Xbox is announcing is going to that platform. If you can play all those games, plus everything that Xbox is making on the PS5, and you see the reports about layoffs, studio closures, and hardware plans being up in the air, well, it'd be an easy decision to probably jump ship. In other words, since the console exclusives don't seem to have any ground or footing in the plans outlined by the various interviews or memos, I think it's designed to slow player exodus. Matt Ball practically said this in his interview with Chris Dring. More than that, I said that after the Xbox showcase, I warned people to be careful with this brand in particular. They like to say one thing to get you to look left, so you don't pay attention to what they're doing over here on the right. Now, I've been mistakenly calling this a looky-loo. It's actually a Kansas City Shuffle. It's a con game that requires big misdirection. You get someone to look left while you go right. But the Kansas City Shuffle is unique. As the con, it involves the person knowing they are being conned, and it plays into their confidence. It basically becomes a false confidence due to the misdirection. That's what it feels like Xbox has been doing this entire gen. They bolster fan confidence through misdirection, from the Project Scarlet marketing to the Series S, to continually saying things like Game Pass is profitable and, oh, it's just 4 games, and now the return of Xbox. Given the last 8 days of vertigo-inducing roller coaster communication, I feel like we are witnessing once again for the 7th time the Xbox Kansas City Shuffle. They get you to look left, and they're actually going right. Everybody is focusing on the return of exclusives. Meanwhile, they're considering massive layoffs, studio closures, spinning off the entire division, and they don't have a clear vision for their hardware future. Then we hear they're considering all options. They could sell off or close studios. They could spin off entire divisions or the entire Xbox division. And Satya admits that they've been subsidizing rather than monetizing. It's almost like all those years claiming that Game Pass and the division were profitable was just smoke and mirrors to hide what they were actually doing. They were applying the tried and true Microsoft strategy of trying to spend their way out of a problem. And now, Satya and the corporate level at Microsoft, well, they're calling for change. They're signaling loud and clear that they need to spend less and monetize more. Satya went so far as to say that there's more monetization of Xbox games on YouTube than at Microsoft. This is why all the rumblings, rumors, and insider info is pointing to all things being considered. Massive layoffs, studio closure, studios being sold, or spinning off Xbox, or they might even turn it into a subsidiary. So this is an Xbox reset, or it's the beginning of Xbox rest in peace, Xbox RIP. It all depends on how you look at it and what happens over the next few months. This could be another stage in the history of the brand that experiences a rapid and visible evolution. It could also look a lot less like evolution and more like destruction. If enough studios are closed or sold off, and if enough people are laid off, it'll be hard not to see it any other way. Many fans see the move forward with exclusives as an attempt to rebuild the brand. I still feel everything right now is designed to keep the brand alive, just long enough to get to whatever the next big decisions are and when they land. So the pattern and the legacy will continue. They get everybody to look left while they go right. But this time, the Kansas City Shuffle might end up shuffling the brand right off the shelf. But those are just my thoughts, and now I'd love to hear your thoughts. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody that is here. I didn't even know we were going to get more Xbox anything, and then Satya started talking, and I was like, Jiminy Christmas, this brand just can't catch a break. And I mean, he made it very clear they have just not been, they've not been monetizing, they've been subsidizing, which is what a lot of us had been pointing to for a very long time, saying like, listen, you're basically spending, you're just spending. And it's like, we all thought that the business plan was bad, and eventually now we're seeing it all come to a head, and the result's just going to be less studios, less games, and less talent in the industry. Spinning off the entire Xbox division into a subsidiary might be better because they would not be underneath Microsoft corporate policies, which is something that I have wanted for a very long time. So I'm tired of Xbox taking over these headlines for nothing. I don't think this is nothing. I've got some people to thank, though. Let's get the goal up on the board. Han shot first, and so did you. Hasio with the first gifted member of the day, and then he did another one, and then Joker Quinn did one, Jerry Aegis did one, and DK Baker just did one. Thank you so much for being here. And if you guys are watching on Purple as well, you can support over there, as it's already happened this morning. Double Dip Dubs, thank you, Lone Wolf, for renewing over there for 15 months. Supporting in both places. Yeah, if you're having issue with audio, sometimes on YouTube, that means you just need to leave and come back in or refresh. And Hotshot with 38 months says, another month slapped on. Let's get it. Thank you so much. If you guys missed Saturday night, we did a return to gaming news tonight with Madam. We had her reacting to the week of gaming news, and we'll do the same thing this week if we can get to that goal. It's nothing. They have nothing. I mean, I don't really care what your opinion is anymore because you just come in and act negative about the coverage, TJ. I mean, if you don't like the coverage, if you don't like the news, you find another hobby. Why do you spend time watching a gaming news show if you don't like it? I mean, Satya Nadella does an interview. Asha Sharma does an interview. Matt Ball does an interview. This is major gaming news about one of the largest companies in the world potentially spinning off their gaming division. They're also saying that, they've been subsidizing the gaming division. The fact that Satya said what he said is significant. If you don't think it's news, just leave. I don't want to hear from you then. This is significant news that they're admitting this. Satya Nadella is the CEO of the largest company in the world, and he just basically said they've been subsidizing their gaming division and not monetizing it properly. If that's not news, you're a terrible judge of somebody who can tell us what news is. Mr. Polar Bear with 35 months and a member plus, thank you so much. Over the last week, my local Walmart rearranged their gaming section, and PS5 is getting the most shelf space, followed by Switch. The way in the back is the smallest area sits for Xbox. I mean, we've seen shelf space changing around for a while because they're not producing or shipping as many Xboxes. They slowed all that down. Thank you, Wired Rope, for 18 months over there on Purple. I appreciate it very, very much. Personally, I think these guys got Asha in to make something of Xbox, but it's clear to see it's headed towards sunsetting or selling Xbox. It's a Hail Mary with all these exclusives. Satya admitted that they aren't making money from Xbox. Well, and I think the goal was always you got to spend money to make money, and I think they literally thought, we're just going to keep spending. We're just going to keep spending and spending and spending, and eventually we'll turn the corner with Game Pass or something. Xander Games with a Prime over there on Purple, and then Wired Rope is going to double dip. Thank you so much for 40 months. New month on Twitch. Check your primes, he says. It is a new month, so that member sub point over there has dropped quite a bit. Let's get that to bounce back over there. Did you hear about Gears costing $400 million? Apparently, I don't think that number is accurate. That sounds grossly inflated. It probably is more expensive than they anticipated because the coalition's been working on it for a long time. So I don't think that $400 million makes a lot of sense. It's probably higher than anybody expected. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's in the 200 to 300 range. Just again, it's been in production for a very long time, and we know, cost of development continues to go up. $400 million seems absurd, though. Now, some of that could be that they've been investing heavily into the Unreal Engine and making advancements, because I think they even have some people at the coalition that are designated to be helping other studios with Unreal. So we could be getting our wires crossed. You know what I mean? If there is some sort of amount of millions that have been spent to like properly train, properly get everybody ready, or invest in the engine itself, then that could be significant. Like that could have cost them quite a bit of money, and it could yield really, really good results, as Unreal is a widely used engine, and it's easy to get. It's easier to get talent when you're using a widely used engine. Thank you, Second Love, for 12 months over there on Purple, renewing. Tom Warren reports it is $400 million. I want to know what it was for then. What in the world are you spending $400 million on? I mean, that's an absurd amount of money for Gears of War. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to even fathom how they could spend that much money on Gears of War. Again, unless there was some type of engine level investment that they've been working on with like Epic or something. Thank you, Kira He, for 12 months over there on Purple, getting us to 13 months. Big compliment. I thank you for saying that. I don't know. Big compliment, huh? I think TJ means he's tired of Xbox saying something and then pulling it back and changing. The way he phrased it, he says, this is nothing, as in this isn't news. And I'm like, I don't know what you mean. How is this nothing? How is this not news? I mean, did we misread what he said? He says, it is nothing. They have nothing. Hang on. You said, I'm tired of Xbox taking over headlines for nothing. It's not nothing. They're not taking over headlines for nothing. Like, what you know what I'm saying? There was no other way to interpret what you were saying. It's literally the headline of today's show, and you said they're the head. Xbox is the headline of my show today, and you're saying it's for nothing. I don't think it was nothing. I think it was pretty significant that like everything they said last week is like extremely foreboding and worrying, and then Satya Nadella's like, there's more monetization of our games on YouTube than by Microsoft. I mean, they're basically admitting that they're not making it. Like the Xbox division as a gaming division, as a part of Microsoft, is not doing what it needs to do. Jerry with 19 months renews and says, shout out to all the Xbox grifters making more on Xbox than Microsoft itself. Nothing is that this is bad. Not literally nothing. Huh? Nothing in like this is bad. You used a really strange word. Like, you know what I'm saying? I have a pretty strong aversion to like regulars who are here all the time coming in and complaining about what we're covering and saying that it's not newsworthy. Like, that's what I thought you were doing. I was like, don't do that. Don't jump in 60 seconds and be like, why are we talking about this? This is nothing. I'm not sure you used the correct word. You immediately confused me. If I was like, if this is nothing, what do you think is a good news story? This is the big thing that everybody's talking about. Xbox has been living on borrowed time for years now. ABK just accelerated the end. Here's the thing. I said this the other day, and I really do think this is sort of my new view of it, is that ABK was a symptom, not a cause. ABK was a symptom of their standing. Like, they were in a position where that was their basic path. It's like, we just got to buy a bunch of stuff. It was a symptom of their standing. It simply expedited all their problems. You know what I mean? It's news. I'm just saying they're terrible. I was thinking about this too. I was watching the Iron Lords, and they just keep rotating people through on Sundays, which, I'm still waiting for my invite, Cog. I'm just kidding. They rotate people through, and the way they were talking about Xbox, to me, was incredibly telling. Incredibly telling. You got King David being King David, and he's talking about no PS6, and he's talking about, this is Dad tightening up the reins and saying, hey, you've been living with me all these years. Now it's time for you to fly on your own. Like, that's how he's kind of viewing it, right? And he's being true to his word. You know what I mean? He's spinning it. He's spinning it. But what was remarkable to me was it was exactly 1 week ago Xbox had one of the best showcases that they probably have ever had. Like, universally, everybody was praising it. Even the guys who kind of are like, oh, gaming sucks all of the time, even they were praising the Xbox showcase. And it's like 1 week after the Xbox showcase, the Iron Lords are doing a podcast, and when Xbox comes up, it's basically like, oh my gosh, what does all this mean? What does all this mean? This is bad. What about this thing? What about that thing? To me, it was remarkable. It's like, you're not talking about, and I'm actually not bashing their show. I like their show, and I like those guys. But their show and the topic was a symptom of like, look how fast this all changed. Harbinger with 34 months. Thank you so much. Putting us exactly 10 members away from the first milestone. Every 25 I gift one back, guys. Who's going to make it hit 25? So, like, their show was just a symptom of like, good golly. You couldn't even make it a week as a brand before everybody's like, yo, what's about to happen to Xbox? I feel like Xbox has basically been in the headlines for most of this gen, and it's always been pretty dire. Like, oh my gosh. Other than when, like, they got ABK and everybody celebrated, but within, like, I feel like it was within 8 months of the ink drying on that contract, everybody kind of changed their mind. Trill with 48 months. Lono, you just have XDS, and I ain't talking about Nintendo. Xbox derangement syndrome. That's right. Let me add another one to the total. Thank you, Trill. I wish I would have had that clip handy, Trill, about y'all ain't loyal. Because even Cog was like, that's my man. Why you gotta talk about my man like that? They were on Phil. They're all about Asha now. You know, and Cog was feeling bad. He's like, that's my boy. And I'm like, yeah, tell him, Cog. They're not loyal. Y'all ain't loyal. Exactly what I'm saying. Literally, I was saying earlier. Your choice of words was just pretty bad, TJ. You were like, I'm tired of Xbox making headlines over nothing. And I'm like, nothing? This is nothing? Hey, it's Chill Will with 17 months. Let me add it to the... what the heck did I just do? Hang on a minute. I bumped the wrong one. I don't know how to do it. Hang on. Weekly. I think I can go like this to bring it down. There it is. I can't like adjust the actual YouTube total. The 20 bomb is right below the single. There we go. 17 on the week. It has 32 for YouTube. So it should be 12 for YouTube and 5 for Twitch. I tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to do this. There we go. I don't want it to look wrong all day. There we go. 12 and 5. See how fast they switch up? That's what I'm saying, Trill. They're not loyal. They turned on Phil with the quickness. That's right. They're not loyal. They turned on Phil so fast. Now everything was now everything's Phil's fault. You know? This gen's been bad because of Phil. More Xbox tax from Lono. You know who's paying the Xbox tax now? Apparently Phil Spencer is. You know what I'm saying? All the Xbox boys having a go at Phil, making him pay the Xbox tax. Like, this is all your fault, Phil. I assume the ABK deal was to wipe away allegations. I mean, they were certainly looking for a buyer. Bobby Kotick played a fast one. I tell you who the biggest swindlers in the gaming world are. Pete Parsons and Bobby Kotick. Pete Parsons is like, hey, Sony, we're worth a lot, yeah? And then all of a sudden, they pull back the sheet, and they're like, there's nothing here. You guys are terrible. And then Bobby Kotick goes to Microsoft and is like, hey, boys, ABK's got a lot of great property. You guys should buy us. And they're like, yeah, that's great. And then frickin' Bobby Kotick and Pete Parsons. Even though PS5 hasn't had any games in general. Oh, sure, yeah, it hasn't had any games except for all of the games that have come out that have been exclusive and crushed it. But yeah, it hasn't had any games. You're right. I just imagined I played all those games. 3 signals come in from Haseo. Let me guess, most of the games we've played don't count because of something that you made up to arbitrarily make this not just about Sony, but to make it seem as though Sony's done a bad job. That's always my favorite. The Sony, though. The Sony, though, boys, are always ready in the chat. Yeah, but Sony's had no games, though. Sure, we all just imagined playing them. We just imagined them topping the sales charts and getting award nominations. And we just imagined the fact that they're having the most profitable generation that they've ever had. You're right, though. They're in big trouble because you made up rules about what games count and what don't. It's a good thing you can't make up what counts as money and what doesn't, because all those games that don't count sure did put a lot of money in the bank. Well, PlayStation on hush hush like Take-Two. I mean, they don't have to say anything right now. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat over there. All these games Xbox apparently has did something. Explain why they're losing $500 million a year. Well, a lot of the reasons they're losing $500 million a year is pretty much everything they bought. That's really expensive. You know what I'm saying? You want to retroactively take credit and be like, oh, look how many first-party games we have. And you include games like Ghostwire Tokyo and Deathloop. And it's like, Ghostwire Tokyo and Deathloop launched as PlayStation timed exclusives. You bought the studios, and so then after the fact, you're like, yeah, look at how good the first-party cadence has been. It's like, yeah, no wonder they're just burning through cash. They have to buy games to give the appearance that they have a big, huge lineup. It's like the appearance of success, and then we finally realize, no, you've been subsidizing the division. Sony being exclusive isn't the answer. I mean, Sony has nothing to do with the current situation. Your attempt to do the Sony, though, thing is laughable. You know what I'm saying? No one gives a frick about them right now. They're looking at Xbox and thinking, like, what's the company even going to look like in 2 months? You know, but Sony, though, but Bungie, though, that doesn't nothing to do with the conversation. Jack, thank you for renewing your membership over there on Purple and a $5 super chat from Glassdoor. It's been 25 years of how can Xbox compete. They've tried everything. Time to wrap it up. The brand has never been more damaged than it is now. It used to be the games were so good it was a reason to buy, not forcefully doing it. Well, they're somehow closing in on 100 million consoles in circulation and matching the PlayStation 4 sales thresholds without even doing a mid-gen price drop. So I don't know how they did it, but they managed to do it. The Sony and Xbox conversations are completely different. Yeah, I mean, Sony's going to have its own reckoning and its own thing coming very, very soon. We know this. We know the situation with Bungie is bad. We know that there's some pretty significant things coming down the road. All companies are facing these realities. Microsoft and Xbox are in a very, very different situation because they're literally talking about not just closing studios or laying people off. They're talking about maybe even spinning the division off into its own subsidiary. Microsoft might not even want them on their books anymore. Like, yeah, we don't want you on our books. You know what I mean? Satya might be literally internally saying, I tell you what I'm tired of doing. I'm tired of fielding questions about Xbox. Get them the frick out of here. I don't want to answer shareholder calls about this bleeding cow over here. Get them out. We don't want him anymore. Like, it wouldn't shock me at all if that's an internal conversation with him. Like, you know, I'd really not like to have to field questions about this fledgling brand over here as we're trying to chart new courses and new territory. I mean, he just published a blog yesterday about how the only way agentic AI will be successful is if they foster an ecosystem. He's basically calling all companies to work together instead of like one or two companies becoming, you know, the be-all, end-all. It was basically a white flag. It was like, yeah, we're losing, so we're losing the AI race, and we need other people to not shove us out. It was very interesting. It was like, oh, okay, so now you want to try to foster an ecosystem. Yes, that's something Microsoft's known for, is like fostering ecosystems where all companies can flourish. They've been so good about that with how they've handled all their corporate rating the last 50 years or for however long they've been doing it. $5 super chat from Low Key. Xbox should have spent those billions making a GTA 6 killer. I mean, I don't know why you would try and make a GTA 6 killer. GTA 6, that's like saying you could have invested a lot of money in scuba gear to take on orcas. Like, what? Why? No. Go up against GTA 6. Why? Kuel with the $5 super chat says, you do know they had these same talks when Phil took over. There are always conversations you have when the new leadership comes in. Well, I think you're misremembering Kuel. They were considering selling off the division or closing the division down. Phil takes over when they decide not to. You have the order backwards. They didn't bring Phil in and then be like, hey, we're going to kill the brand. That's not what they did. Phil stepped into the role to be like, I'm going to turn it around. Asha steps into the role, and after like a great showcase and bringing back Xbox exclusives, we hear, yeah, we're probably going to do some really bad stuff in the coming days that nobody's going to like. Like, we're going to do some bad things. It's going to be bad. Studios are going to get shut down. People are going to get laid off. We might turn Xbox into a subsidiary. You know what I mean? Like, and listen, I actually would celebrate that. I had people in my comments saying, oh, Sony should buy them. Number one, Sony doesn't have enough money to buy Xbox. Number two, buying Xbox is not something you would ever want Sony to do. We don't want everything under one roof. That would be awful. It'd be better if like the studios were sold off or spun off so that then they could flourish outside of Microsoft ownership. Right? You're misremembering. The Phil stuff happened fast. I'm not going to do this with you because I don't really care. It's not relevant to the fact that what they're deciding to do now is not just a symptom of new leadership. They're not signaling that. I think you're misdiagnosing. It's not like, oh yeah, this is totally normal. You bring in new leadership and you entertain selling off the entire division. No, that's not what's going on. They're talking about how they've been subsidizing instead of monetizing. They're talking about how they have a 3% accountability margin and have just been burning through billions of dollars. This is a completely different conversation. This isn't equivalent to being like, no, yeah, you always do this. You always bring in new leadership and think about selling off your entire gaming division. This is not history repeating itself. It isn't. It's super relevant. I don't agree. I'm moving on. I'm not debating this with you. It's not. We're not going to keep going back and doing this like pedantic slice of like, oh, but Phil, when they brought in Phil, they thought about selling off the division. That's just trying to distract from the fact of what's happening right now. It's absolutely not relevant. Because they are right now saying things they never said in the past. They're posturing in ways they've never postured before in the past. And not only that, you have Satya, CEO, basically telling people, like, we've not even been properly monetizing. Like, people are making more money on our games on YouTube than we are. I do not think this is the same as when Phil took over the brand. I don't think they're equal at all. Glassdoor Gamer with a $5 super chat. Bill Gates and Ballmer were pushing for Xbox to be sold or spun off when Satya came in. Who will buy a non-moneymaker for 25 years with brand damage? I mean, I've seen people theorizing that that's what Phil was trying to do. Phil was just trying to bolster the value of the division to sell it off. And I'm like, I don't think that's what Phil was trying to do. I don't agree with that take in the least. I don't think he was like, oh yeah, we're trying to bolster value to sell. I think he was trying to get things back on course. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think he was like, yeah, we got to sell the division. I'm going to say it this. I saw this with the ABK deal, them going to be a publisher and not a console manufacturer. You literally wanted me to go back and read that, Reverted Cloud? You think that's a crystal ball piece of insight? No offense, mate. We all said that. I don't even take credit for that anymore. When I'm like, yeah, I told people they were going to basically turn into a publisher. I'm always like, yeah, tons of people were saying that. Like, you're like, go back and see my last. I was really insightful. When they were going after ABK, they were going to turn into a publisher. Homie, so many of us were saying that. I don't think that's inside. I didn't even think I was being that insightful when I said it myself. I was just like, it's just clear as day what they're doing. They're spending a large amount of money to essentially shift into a publishing role as opposed to being platform. That's why a lot of their verbiage the last weeks don't make any sense. It's like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth again. You're using language that is synonymous with being a platform, but you're also using language that's synonymous with being a publisher. You can't be both. If you want to be both, you're going to learn that it doesn't work. Because you're like, oh, we need to focus on our big franchises. Yeah, if you focus on your big franchises, they're really expensive. You're going to want to put them everywhere for ROI. You're not going to want to make exclusives out of your biggest franchises. That's not going to work. You're not in that position anymore. You know, people are claiming, oh, Elder Scrolls is going to be exclusive. I'm like, I don't think so. I got some people to thank. Hang on. Snake Eyes with a Prime. Thank you so much for 18 months. Happy to support my favorite streamer, Prudy, with 23 months, and Blind Darkness with 13 months. That's 3 over there on Twitch. And then we got 2 coming in from YouTube. Trey Gaming and the OA. I don't know who hit it. Nobody gets it. Thank you so much, the OA. If anything, it's the other way around. Asha's there because she's not emotionally involved like Phil. She'll pull the trigger without hesitation. And then Trey Gaming says, here's another 16 months. Don't waste your time arguing with upset, delusional Microsoft fanboys. They're liars and shills. Blessings, brother. Thank you very much, Trey Gaming. So, like, Revertive Cloud, I'm not trying to be dismissive, brother, but, like, homie, the game is over, and the credits are rolling, and you're like, yeah, but when they bought ABK, I said they were going to become a publisher. It's like, oh my gosh, yes, that's old news at this point. That's old news, man. Like, and what they're doing now, I think, is they're realizing we've completely overextended ourselves. We've spent so much money, and I remember telling people this. After the ABK thing ink dries, I told people, I was like, they're going to have to shrink. They're going to have to shut studios down and lay people off. Oh, you're fear-mongering. You're just being a hater. And it was like, no, their operational costs are astronomical now. Like, their operational costs are insane. And all of their conversations and all of their interviews, it's like, you're not even being consistent. Having exclusives are part of doing platform like magnetism. You want people to come to your platform. You can't do that if you're also trying to be a publisher. Thank you so much, Revertive Cloud, with a Prime over there on Purple. The only way to do it is to sell off the Xbox brand and to let it sink. Well, I don't necessarily know if I agree with that, Revertive. I don't know if selling it off and letting it sink is what they're looking for. I think they're trying to recoup some of their costs, which means you either shut studios down, lay people off to bring down operational costs, or you sell studios off. I don't know about selling the division. They were using the expression like spinning off, which could be that, or it could just be they turned into a subsidiary. Kenshiro's Secret Stash, thanks for using your Prime over there on Twitch. I appreciate that very, very much. Maybe they plan to remaster the original Halo trilogy to get some easy cash flow. I mean, I don't even know. When you own property the size of Elder Scrolls, like when you own property the size of Call of Duty, you can't also be focusing on exclusives and platform growth. This is what so many of us tried to warn. It's like when you get to that level of size, you don't get to wear both hats. You're either a publisher or a platform. You can't serve both masters. Kenshiro's going to double dip and do a Member Plus over here on YouTube as well. Thank you. I mean, they're like, I actually think Cool Spoon's right though. I think we heard rumors that they have aims to redo the other Halos. If Campaign Evolved does well enough, they'll do the other ones. I'm pretty sure we heard that. I feel like that was a couple of months ago. When a big corp says spin-off, it's just a code word for sell-off. Fuzzy says, I kept saying they only have 2 hands, and yet they're trying to take from 10 different cookie jars. Kuhl says, you absolutely can take your ball and go home. I'm not sure what you're responding to. A $5 super chat from Glassdoor Gamer. Give me a second here. Hypothetically, if they were to sell IPs and studios to slim down, which one do you see PlayStation looking to obtain? I honestly don't know. I mean, after South of Midnight, PlayStation might like Compulsion, because I think South of Midnight getting a sequel and focusing more on the combat could be a good fit for like the PlayStation audience and what they like. I don't know if PlayStation's in the business of buying studios right now, boys. No, they shut down Bluepoint, and they're going to be doing significant layoffs at Bungie probably. They're trying to lower their operational costs, not increase them. So I also think after what happened with Firewalk, PlayStation's not going to be lining up to buy a studio they haven't worked with before. It doesn't work very well for them. Ninja Theory would be a perfect fit. Yeah. Ninja Theory with Senua and the Hellblade IP, their ability to make really, really good high, like especially their capture studio. I think PlayStation would like Ninja Theory's capture studio, their mocap studio that they built, and their experience with Unreal. They'd be a really good snag as well. But again, I just don't know if PlayStation's going to want to do that right now. PlayStation has their own problems. They're probably going to be doing their own layoffs. They're facing the same problem of like it's just becoming more and more expensive to make games. Go full exclusive. Microsoft could just eat the initial cost, but who won't buy into the platform if Fallout and Elder Scrolls is exclusive? This is why. Okay, so there was a clip floating around from the Xbox era. I'm sorry. What are they now? Day one. They're day one. What about IP? Oh, just like sell the IP? I don't know how that works. I think it'd likely be easier to sell the studios than the IP. You don't sell the IP. You would keep it and license the IP so then you could still draw royalties off of it. That would be the goal. Really, that's honestly what they're probably considering doing more than anything. Just shut the studio down and then license somebody to make the games and the IPs, and then you just get to draw royalty off of something that you spend no money on. Shoot, I interrupted my own train of thought. What was I thinking? What was I saying? The exclusive thing. Okay, so there's a clip floating around from the Day One podcast, formerly Xbox era, and the one homie says he's heard that they're going to be giving they're going to be giving Asha the ability to basically just spend a bunch of money to put things back on track. Now, somebody edited the clip, and then they went to Satya. Basically, Satya is saying the opposite. Satya's like, yeah, no, we're going to have to make changes so that we're no longer subsidizing, we're monetizing. So if you do that, if you circle the wagons and you're like, we're going to spend through the nose and we're going to make amazing exclusives and we're going to limit them and not put them on PlayStation, that's literally what Satya said they need to stop doing. That would be a subsidization model. You'd be subsidizing those games, essentially not making money on them, just paying through the nose, knowing they're all losses. I don't think that they're going to do that. Satya is, once again, you got to listen to him. Every time I've said listen to him, he says what's coming. He does. It's the Kansas City Shuffle all over again. It's like everybody look at the exclusives. Yeah, the return of Xbox. And Satya's like, we have to stop subsidizing and start monetizing on the heels of hearing about layoffs and potentially selling off studios. So you better believe something of significance is coming. So I don't know where, people are hearing that like, oh, they're going to increase their investments in big properties in like Elder Scrolls and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, they're increasing their spending. Listen, if you think there is any calculus right now where Microsoft commits to spending more money in gaming, I don't know what you're watching. I don't know what reports you're reading. I don't see that anywhere. Now, if they shrink, downsize, close a bunch of studios, and then allot extra money to certain budgets of bigger properties, that's fine. Hopefully that results in good results. But that's not them investing more in gaming. That would be investing less. That would be them lowering their overall operational costs so that they could allot more money to certain studios and certain pieces of property. Warner Brothers essentially said the same thing, by the way. This is going around. This is a bit contagious. We're going to focus on our biggest IPs. Translation, little projects, spin-off projects don't make us enough money. We're not going to be messing around with those anymore. Spending $20 billion for a return of negative $500 million, and you want them to spend more. That's what Asha said in the letter. What? That they need to spend less? What's the difference between subsidizing and monetization? Okay, so whenever people use the word subsidize, like a subsidized console, it essentially means that they're paying for the console instead of you. Like they're losing on it, but then they make it back on the things that you buy. So it's basically a loss leader. Monetization basically meaning like we need to be monetizing and making money off of these games rather than just subsidizing them. A case in point would be we spent a bunch of money on this piece of property and then it went to Game Pass. Well, we're subsidizing at that point. We're not turning a profit. We're not monetizing that game. That game is not a monetized piece of property. It's a subsidized piece of property. That was something so many of us said for such a long time. It was like, it's so expensive to make these games, and then you throw them on Game Pass, and it's like, well, then nobody has to buy them. And then there was the email, the famous email, where Phil Spencer was like, we don't even really know how to calculate the value of these games going on Game Pass. They didn't have a spreadsheet for it. They didn't have like a way of like being like, oh, well, this game that we're paying all this money to put on Game Pass, you know, here's how we calculate the return on that investment. They didn't even have a way of doing it. And I remember reading that being like, are you freaking kidding me? You're basically spending all this money to make games and you're having studios spend all this blood, sweat, and treasure on games so that you can throw them on Game Pass and you don't even have a way of calculating the return on that? What the heck are y'all doing? Nintendo and Sony sales of Xbox games that should be exclusive subsidizes them for Game Pass. Right, that's another thing that happens is that like buying games on PlayStation is basically making up for the fact that people that playing on Game Pass don't have to buy it. For the longest time, this was like a badge of honor, right? You pay, we play was like something that they said. They would like thumb their nose at the PlayStation boys. Yeah, you pay, we play. And it's like, yeah, you did. You certainly played. You know, now you're in the find out stage. You know what I mean? Play around and find out. You know, F around and find out. It's like, yeah, you certainly did play. 100 bits from Wired Rope. I didn't read this one. Hang on. Quick tangent. Steam machines have been ceded to reviewers. Hold for a new challenger approaching. They're not going to be able to build them at scale to be a true challenger. I mean, this could be their foot in the door, but Valve's not going to be able to build Steam machines at scale to be a true competitor in the landscape of consoles. Like trying to rival PlayStation and Switch. I don't even know they won't even be able to make enough to rival the Series X and Series S saturation. Millie A. Halo's PS5 launch is being treated as Xbox's most important market validation test yet. Executives will closely assess. Yeah, Jason Schreier said that account is fan fiction. That account's not worth following, y'all. That's on Xbox, not the Xbox player base. Xbox fostered that. Yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, many of us said for years, you know, you're fostering the wrong thing. You're encouraging the wrong thing. And, you know, podcasters and YouTubers and personalities celebrated it. And it's like, hopefully you realize that we were right the whole time. This wasn't going to work. You know, this wasn't going to work. You can't keep paying that amount of money in an industry that is driven by sales. It's why I've said you keep making things central to the brand that's antithetical to what a developer and a publisher wants. Developers and publishers want people to buy games. They do. That's why Play Anywhere is stupid. That's why Game Pass was stupid. Well, Day and Date was stupid. Game Pass in and of itself really wasn't stupid, but it's like you've created things central to your brand that run contrary to what gaming developers and publishers want. And you know why they do that? Because they don't frickin' listen to the developers. That's why. They're Microsoft. They don't listen. They know what's best. They don't listen to the developers. It's why Mark Cerny kicked the crap out of them this generation. Why? Because Mark Cerny listened to the developers. Microsoft doesn't listen to developers. If they listened to developers, they wouldn't have prized something that runs counter to what helps developers flourish, which is game sales. If they listened to developers, they wouldn't have created the Series S. Like, that's, again, it's like this is part of the problem. Microsoft is the problem. Like, Microsoft doesn't have that sense of, like, humility to be like, yeah, we need to listen to devs and we need to listen to the creatives in these spaces so we make the right choices. No, they knew what was best. TV, and then the Series S, and then Day and Date on Game Pass. All executive-level decisions that run completely contrary to what developers prize and what publishers want. So you basically create an entire edifice that's requiring you to spend large amounts of money to make this work. The only way it works then is you got to buy lots of property to throw on Game Pass. The only way this works then is you got to throw an awful lot of money at third-party developers to put their games on Game Pass. The only way this works is now you got to go buy studios and massive-sized publishers so that you can create this mirage of success. Like, look at all these titles we have, and it's like, it's all been spend instead of like, listen and adapt and evolve. It's an ever-moving, ever-changing environment, and they just applied their same strategy that they've always applied. They've always applied this. Like, spend a bunch of money and just buy everything up. That's what they've done. It worked for Microsoft for the longest time. It's not worked for them in gaming. The idea that, like, Sony and Nintendo beat them so soundly in gaming should be embarrassing. It should be embarrassing. A massive company with a war chest of funds and investment just got dog-walked by much smaller Japanese companies. Not even close. It's like and Microsoft's sitting here being like, well, now we might just sell off, studios, a division, and close everything down, because that's what they do. If they spend a bunch of money and something's not going to go well, what do? They shut it down. They did it to Mixer. They did it to the Windows Phone. That's what they do. They can afford to do that, by the way. They've got so much money. They're like, yeah, let's just take a crack at this thing called live streaming. Let's just launch Mixer, and let's just write a check to Ninja for, he's got generational wealth. His grandchildren are now, wealthy, and they haven't even been born yet. Let's launch Mixer. And then how many months later, they're like, yeah, shut it down. Shut the whole thing down. Sony listens because they needed to. Microsoft took risks because they could, and it didn't pay off. No, I don't agree. I think they prioritized the wrong things. They walked into the Xbox One era, and they prized all the wrong things. They stopped. Like, I remember during the 360 era, constantly getting exclusives. Constantly. And they walked into the Xbox One era, and they went after non-gamers with TV, and then guess what they didn't do? They were no longer interested in paying for exclusivity. They backed off from exclusivity. They backed off from gaming innovation. They went from doing things like achievements and Xbox Live and exclusives. Why? Those were gamer-centric decisions, and it fostered their best gen. 360 was when they were primarily only focused on gamers. They took their eyes off the prize, and they paid the price. They started going after non-gamers. They started prizing non-gaming things, so they weren't going after exclusives anymore. If during the Xbox One era they would have been continuing to go after exclusives instead of going after TV, then you wouldn't have seen things like the Destiny exclusives on PlayStation and the Call of Duty exclusives on PlayStation. That era of time is on them 100%. They didn't take risks. They took their eye off the prize. I said the thing they started doing this gen with Cloud and Series S and going after non-gamers, I said, this is the same thing you did in the Xbox One era. You're going after non-gamers, and in the process, you're losing the gamers. You're losing the homies that thought you guys were it. They thought you were him, and now you're not. Can you please read my last? Do you think Helix will be canceled? I think Helix will come to the market in a very different way than everybody originally conceived of it. And listen, Helix isn't really on them. The hardware landscape just shifted underneath everybody's feet. I think the timing for everything has been bumped. PlayStation 6 has been bumped, almost assuredly. Hiroki Totoki made that very clear. I think the AI bubble's going to burst, and then all the hardware stuff should restabilize, but it's going to take a couple years. It's not going to be overnight. I think the RAM crisis and all that, I think all that'll hit equilibrium, but it's probably going to take a couple years because the AI bubble is already starting to burst. These companies are burning through cash at such a rate, and the returns aren't there. They're not there. Hopefully the war is over, so shipping is lower. Yeah, as global situations calm down as well, then shipping will start to stabilize also. Once you can get into that, then they can start to greenlight hardware again. I just think Helix is going to look very different. Do you think that they rose Game Pass prices and then lowered them when Asha came in to make it look like she did the big change from taking over? I think everybody has completely misunderstood what that Game Pass price change really, really was. It was a Kansas City shuffle. They make you look left and they're going right. They made listen, you have to look at the timeline of what preceded that, okay? You can't just look at like Asha coming in. You're too zoomed in. You got to zoom all the way out. Donald with a $5 super chat. Fallout and Elder exclusives wouldn't be bad. A lot of nerds play those. They'll find a way to get an Xbox. Is exclusives good for Sony but not for Xbox? You have to understand, whenever I have these conversations and people want to frame it that way, it's because you're either doing bad faith or you're not listening. So I'm going to try to help, because if you're just not listening or maybe you missed it, I'm going to try and help you, okay? Because maybe you're not being bad faith, but framing it is, oh, it's bad for Xbox to do exclusives, but it's not bad for Sony. Okay, track with me here. PlayStation and Nintendo have something called market saturation. And then that means those exclusives have a very saturated market to go and sell on. When you have 90-something million PlayStation 5s in circulation, something like Wolverine is going to do just fine. That's why some of these games end up coming later in the gen, so that the footprint is larger. That's why earlier in the gen, games like God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West were also available on the PlayStation 4. Why? There was 120 million PlayStation 4s in circulation, and both God of War 2018 and Horizon Zero Dawn sold an immeasurable amount. I mean, they sold so incredibly well as beginnings of franchises, so their sequels were obviously going to be available on both platforms. Okay? So those work. Horizon doesn't have to go to Xbox. Forbidden West doesn't have to go to Xbox. Ragnarok doesn't have to go to Xbox. Why? They're selling to like 130 million potential customers. Xbox is sitting on like 1/3 of that. Just, I mean, a literal, go back to like when you first learned how to do math, it's a literal fraction. An actual fraction of the size of the saturation of the footprint. Like 1/3 of the consoles. So what happens when they do an exclusive? They're automatically selling to a significantly diminished audience, and they fostered that. From Xbox One to now, they made it to where exclusives weren't in the cards for them, and they compounded it by doing day and date on Game Pass. It's like they're playing poker and they're stacking the deck against themselves. Yeah, we don't want an ace. We don't want an ace. We don't want these face cards. You just give us all the twos. Like, they stacked the deck against themselves. But Saros only did 300,000, LOL. Yeah, see, you're here in bad faith. Saros only selling 300,000 is not concrete data, and Alenia has been incorrect before. Alenia Analytics, the site that you're now sourcing, because I know where you're getting your information from, they were the same ones that said Yote didn't sell as well as Tsushima, and now they're saying otherwise. So they were wrong there. They were wrong about the Silent Hill numbers. We don't have the Saros numbers. So you're quick to run to that. Why? You're not here in good faith. You're just here to bash and be like, oh well, Sony though. Let's say Saros undersold. Let's say it undersold. It didn't do as well. You know, Housemarque made a game that for whatever reason didn't land as strongly as they were hoping. Let's say that happened. What does that have anything to do with what's going on with Xbox right now? What? What does it do? Does it change anything? Does it change the history? Does it change where they stand right now? Does it suddenly, as you asked me your original question, which I don't think was a good faith question, why is it bad for Xbox to do exclusivity? My answer is to break down the entire business and the entire saturation of the market, and then your response is, Saros didn't sell well. Truly an intellectual. Like, what a giant in the chat. You're truly Godzilla marching around chat with your intelligence. Like, you literally want to know why one can do exclusives and the other can't, and I break it down for you. I'm like, they don't have as many consoles in circulation. Let's not even forget they compounded their lack of console saturation with day and date on Game Pass. So anything they make that has a significant budget doesn't just sell to a smaller audience. You don't even have to buy the dadgum game. They couldn't have stacked the deck against themselves any worse. They couldn't have. It's like, what? Like, that's why the language that they've been using Okay, the language they've been using for the last week, I'm like, you're contradicting yourself. You can't admit how diminished you are in the market and then start talking about exclusives. You can't start talking about how, like, we've been subsidizing, we need to start monetizing, and then bring back exclusives. You're not saying things that are in harmony with each other. They're in conflict with each other. If you want to stop subsidizing and you want to start monetizing and you really want to put the brand back on track, you're not going to do it by big budget exclusives. That ship has sailed for the brand. Now, I would love that. I would love a knockdown, drag out, fight to the death. Do it. Go crazy. Spend big money on Elder Scrolls and make it an exclusive. And, come out with a compelling box. I'm not talking like Helix PC Hybrid for $1,500 or, whatever it's going to end up being. Jack Garland, thank you so much for your renewal. We're a 20 bomb away from 50. Can someone name me a single Xbox game that has definitively sold well in the last 5 years? Do it. Go for it. Go all the way full. It doesn't do anything to me. I'm going to own every device that's out there. I do this for a living. I'm not going to be like, oh no, I can't play the Elder Scrolls. I'm going to be able to play Gears of War E-Day just fine. I've got a Series X. I wish I had two. I might try to find one. Here's the deal. I'll do a sponsored stream. Just send me an Xbox. You guys had them at FanFest. You got some leftovers. But in all seriousness, I would love for them to do that. Do it. Fight all the way to the death. Go all the way down till your knuckles are bloody. Do it. Come out swinging. Spend that money. And who knows? Bring a really dope console to the market. Scrap the Helix PC hybrid thing. Bring a dope console to the market. Start shoring up your talent. Get rid of the dumb contract policy. I'd love it if Xbox was a subsidiary and wasn't underneath Microsoft corporate policies. I'd freaking love that. Do it. Fight to the finish. Why don't I think they're going to do it is because of all the words they're using. They're making it clear that that's not the way. They're making it clear that's not really a viable option for them. A $5 super chat for Street Chat. It says, for Don, Sony has the cover from the success of other games that can make up for the hypothetical Soros didn't sell. Your math ain't mathing. Well, the other thing people tend to forget is smaller budget titles have smaller expectations. PlayStation's not going to go to Housemarque and be like, well, Wolverine sold more copies than you, so sucks to suck, boys. Pack it up and go home. They're not going to say that. They're not going to treat Housemarque that way. Housemarque is more than just a developer for them. They are a premier studio with high pedigree, and they can make really, really good stuff. Even if you turned Housemarque into a support studio, the talent that they bring, the work that they did with both Soros and Returnal, that's still a benefit to PlayStation as a brand. Once I got the inside baseball on like Bluepoint and why Bluepoint got shut down, to me, it was like, yeah, I think Housemarque is safe, even if Soros didn't make good money. Even if it didn't make good money, I'm not worried about Housemarque. Because I think Housemarque is worth way more to PlayStation than just, oh, we were really hoping Soros was going to sell billions of copies. I don't think that was ever the expectation. That's a high pedigree, very talented studio that I don't think they're going to let go of. $20 from Supremacy. Subsidize. You pay, we play. This must be why Microsoft, kept internally stressing losing $300 million on Call of Duty, being day one on Game Pass. Why they no longer want to be a part of it. Some things are just too expensive to be subsidized. Makes no sense. Thank you, Too Thirsty, for a gifted member. Taking us to 31. Poor Bluepoint, they did good work. Bluepoint had options that they said no to. So they, at some level, they were holding the shovel, digging their own grave as much as PlayStation was. It was a joint effort. PlayStation should not have had them working on a live service game, but then Bluepoint's grabbing the shovel and digging the grave too and being like, well, we don't want to do anything support. They couldn't come up with their own game, and then they got told no a second time on the Bloodborne remake. Well, if you're not willing to become a support studio, then that's kind of the end of the road. There's nothing else to do with you. The point I'm making with Xbox is they're not saying things that make sense. It's like they're in conflict. I sense great conflict within you. It's like you guys are talking about like, oh, the return of Xbox and the return of Xbox exclusives, and yet you're signaling an enormous shift. Not a return at all, but an enormous shift. Seismic level changes are coming. Unfortunately for Bluepoint, Nixus exists. Could you imagine how awesome it would be if Bluepoint did a remake of the Siphon Filter trilogy? More than likely, if there were remakes that they thought were viable, they would have had them make them. Good morning, Collide. Why do people think that every game should be everywhere instead of exclusives? I don't understand this idea. It's put forth by bad faith ideologues who apparently haven't been gaming since, I don't know, 2 years ago. If you've been gaming since the original Nintendo, the antagonism and the anger for exclusivity is not driven by experience. It's not driven by facts. It's not driven by like fandom, like where you come from. None of that. It's ideological nonsense. It just gets clicks because people have something to be angry about. We're in an age of time where many people have the precondition of just being angry, and if you give them something to be angry about, they'll click on your video. You know, exclusives are anti-consumer. Exclusives are greedy. Okay. Oh, all right. What a facts-based argument. Indiana Jones sold like crap. Doom didn't crack 1 million sales on all platforms. Hellblade didn't sell well, but Sorrows. Right, and I mean, I think that's part of the problem, is it's like PlayStation has small studios, and that's what they expect from them. Like, as an example, Returnal sold like 500,000 copies when Housemarque was purchased. So PlayStation clearly knows what to expect from them and what to expect from what they make with respect, you know, like with respect to like total sales. Here's the difference. I feel like PlayStation values having smaller studios like that and having smaller projects. Case in point, you have situations like Astrobot and you have Returnal and Sorrows. I'm trying to think of some other of the smaller studios and smaller games that we've seen come out. Those are the two off the top of my head. And you don't expect them to sell like crazy, okay? Then you look at the smaller studios underneath Xbox, and the growing fear right now is that they're all in jeopardy. Every single one of them are in jeopardy. It's like, because those studios are not there with the same understanding. Like, this is what I've always kind of stressed to people. Microsoft is the thing that you should be scared the most of, because they don't care about this stuff. They're not creative. They're not artistic. They have no culture. They are tool makers. They are corporate pirates, and they make tools that they then get those tools to be essentially endemic to business and software worlds so that they are making insane amounts of money, whether it's OS, Office, or Azure services. That's their business, is they make tools that then become like basically like endemic pieces of software within the business world, and then that, you know, that's where they make most of their money. Like, I think like Azure services is where most of their money comes from. And so when they look at gaming, that's the problem, is they would never look at a small studio and see like, oh, that studio brings a lot of value and substance and texture to our portfolio. It's okay if they don't make tons of money. It's okay if they don't make tons of money. No, they're never going to look at a small studio that way. They're going to be like, oh no, this studio isn't generating enough. Get them out of here. This studio is barely moving the needle on Game Pass. Like, we're hearing all these titles that allegedly didn't do well in Microsoft and Xbox's view, and it's like they never were going to. I think it was I was watching Matty Plays, and I think he reacted to Jez's article about this, and Jez's article basically walked through a bunch of games that have been seen as essentially like failures, okay? And Let me see if I can find it. And as Maddie was reading the article, I couldn't help but think, what the frick, man? Like, none of those games were going to be movers and shakers. I'm trying to find it. He's written a lot. Let's talk about the margin. Here we go. Let me see if I can find it in here. I think he mentioned Avowed. Yeah, here it is. Yo, and 10 Bomb comes in from Hidden Siryu, and we're a 10 Bomb away from the first milestone of the week that I had to pay out. The first one got hit by renewals, and I don't know who got it, so nobody got it. If we're not going to hit them with the big bombs when I know who it was, I'm not going to keep paying out twice. All right, so here it is. Games like Avowed, Keeper, Kiln, South of Midnight, Hellblade 2, Forza Motorsport, not Horizon, Outer Worlds 2 didn't come within range of expectations set by Microsoft spreadsheets. Now, outside of Forza Motorsport, maybe the Outer Worlds 2, don't all these games seem to you to have something in common? These are all like smaller games. Like, what were their expectations for Keeper or Kiln? What were their expectations for those games? And honestly, let's be fair. I don't think anybody expected like Avowed and Hellblade 2 to be topping the sales charts. These are adding texture to your portfolio. They're adding substance and variety and showing a commitment to creativity and new things. Yeah, like AA games, exactly. Smaller games. So when I heard this, like, oh, those games didn't hit expectations set by Microsoft spreadsheets, I was like, oh, it's about to be bad. It's about to be real bad. Don't lose money. They set the studios up to lose money, 187. That's what's so frustrating. It's literally the meme of the guy shooting the guy and saying, why would anybody do this? It's like, you're the one that did it. It's like, you set these studios up to fail. It would be like tying my kid's shoes together and being like, why do you keep tripping on your way to the car? We're trying to go. I'm the one that did it. Broken Earth, thank you for the Prime sub over there on Purple. They literally set these studios up. Do you remember? We're super close to 200 likes. Everybody go crazy on the likes. Let's try to get to 300 in the blink of an eye. Let's try to do it. We already have 200. Let's go for 300. Right now, everybody hit the thumbs up. Right now on YouTube. Do you remember when we heard, when they closed the studio that made Hi-Fi Rush, and there were insiders that said they had heard, like, Microsoft executives weren't happy with the number of sales. And I remember losing my mind. High on Life, Microsoft not happy with sales. Let's see if we can find it. The situation regarding Microsoft and High on Life isn't that they were unhappy with the game itself, but rather that the title's massive success highlighted the financial drawbacks of Game Pass. Because the game was offered on Game Pass at launch, it generated millions of players, but Microsoft sacrificed a significant amount of direct standalone sales. I believe it was Grubb. I want to say it was Jeff Grubb who said he had heard they were unhappy with the sales, and that was kind of like leading to the closure. And it was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You guys shadow dropped a game on Game Pass, and then when it didn't sell well, I swear it was Jeff Grubb. Jeff Grubb didn't sell well. I swear it was him that's what he had heard. It was just like, yeah, Hi-Fi Rush didn't sell well, or, Microsoft or Xbox weren't satisfied with the sales. And I was like, are you insane? You shadow dropped it on the Game Pass. That's not what that game was supposed to do. It wasn't supposed to sell a bunch of copies. It was supposed to be a celebration of why you should be on Game Pass. It's a loyalty ingratiating machine. It's like, well, I'm going to stay on Game Pass. Like that, they who knows? They might drop a game on Game Pass. I'm going to stay on Game Pass. I'm sorry, I don't want to break your train of thought. Would you read my last? I already did. I'm going to need you to do something, Collide. You need to have the stream with the volume turned on. When you came in and said, why do people think that every game should be everywhere instead of exclusives? Homie, I read and responded to that within a minute of you saying it, and now you're wanting me to go back and reread it. Brother, turn the volume up. I replied to you. What are you doing? This is like the third time you've done that. You're like, can you read my last? And it's like, I did. Oh, okay, this is what Grub said. Grub was clarifying. I was just trying to say that I heard Hi-Fi Rush didn't make the money it was expected to make. But to be clear, I don't really know how Microsoft measures success. This was just a small passing statement in a larger conversation. It wasn't to make people worry about Hi-Fi Rush. Well, they should have been worried, Grub. They shut the studio down. Grub basically here's his tweet clarifying. I was just trying to say that I heard Hi-Fi Rush didn't make the money it was expected to make. Okay, this sentence is absolutely damning. It is absolutely damning. You don't know what you're doing if you had money expectations on Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush should have been seen as a loss leader. We are throwing this project out there onto Game Pass as a shadow drop. It is a loyalty ingratiator. We're going to get people to be like, you really want to be on Game Pass. They might just randomly drop a game on Game Pass. There should have been no money expectations on that game. None. You sent it out there to literally not sell. It was designed to not sell. So the fact that that sentence is even uttered, like Grub hears this from his sources, they're like, yeah, it didn't make the money it was expected to make. Why were there any money expectations set on that game at all? Unless, again, they still believed this foolhardy notion that, like, being on Game Pass increases sales because that one Phil Spencer interview and that one game that they claimed, like, word of mouth increased sales. I believe it was for Forza Horizon. And then years later, the culture has adapted, and they're like, no, you don't need to buy games that are on Game Pass. Why would Game Pass increase sales? We were told time and time again that Game Pass increased the number of sales for a game that was on Game Pass, and then the FTC trial comes around, and it's like, actually, no, it cannibalizes sales. And then Grub comes out and is like, oh, yeah, I heard that Hi-Fi Rush didn't make the money it was expected to make. And he literally ends that tweet. He ends the tweet by saying, to be clear, I don't really know how Microsoft measures success. This was just a small passing statement in a larger conversation. It wasn't meant to make people worry about Hi-Fi Rush. Well, they should have been worried about Hi-Fi Rush because some buffoon of a doofus thought we should have financial expectations of Hi-Fi Rush. A game that we shadow dropped onto Game Pass, and then they closed the studio down. This is who's in charge. These are the people making decisions. You had sales expectations. You had money expectations of Hi-Fi Rush. I mean, there's other ways to tell us that you're dumb and you have no idea what you're doing in the gaming space. Just come out and say that. Just put that on the T-shirt. Be like, I'm dumb. I don't know anything about anything in the gaming space. We put a small surprise project onto Game Pass day and date as a shadow drop, and it didn't make very much money. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened. It's unbelievable. You tried to drive all the way across the country with an empty gas tank, and you didn't make it. Oh my gosh, who could have foreseen this happening? Microsoft shadow dropping Horizon Forbidden West on Game Pass is like Peyton Manning throwing a hospital pass to Austin Coley. I don't... Listen, man. No one knows what the frick you're talking about. What's a Peyton Manning? I'm just kidding. Side note, that's a sick shirt. Thank you. It's one of the greats. When people were talking about Elder Scrolls being exclusive, I was like, well, let me throw on the Fusro Da. That's the life of a shadow drop. No telling the outcome. Well, and that's why I started telling people that if you're going to do a shadow drop, it has to be something that you're willing to not make a ton of money on. Like, we were talking about this recently where people were like, oh, do you think there's going to be any shadow drops during the showcase season? And I was like, I don't think so. I don't think it works for sales. I don't think it does what people think that it does. Like, I think we think, oh, but we got really excited during the showcase. Surely that's potent and turns into sales. Not necessarily. Anybody with any weight in marketing research would tell you, you need so many touches and so many impacts on the consumer before they buy. That's why it's like trailer. You have your, your teaser trailer. You have your gameplay trailer. You have your cinematic trailer, your story trailer, and then your launch trailer, then your pre-order bonus trailer. And then you got tweets, and then you got billboards, and then you got blogs, and then you, like, all of that leads to everybody like, I think I'm going to buy that game. But being like, surprise, buy our game. And you're like, yeah, maybe, I don't know. And especially in the middle of a showcase. By the end of the showcase, you might forget and be like, well, there was a demo I wanted to check out. And, I got a backlog. And, there's another game that is finally coming out in a week that I've been watching the marketing for 6 months. And then, oh, yeah, there was that game in the middle that just randomly dropped that I could play right now if I wanted to. I got to go buy it. Well, now you know less. You've seen it less. You're confident less in the purchase. Like, I don't know if shadow drops of like games in showcases, I don't know if we're going to see that as much going forward. Hi-Fi Rush is a bit of a cautionary tale. It was the perfect game and the perfect setup. Like, you just drop it onto Game Pass and everyone's excited and it's like, yep, that's a great reason to be on Game Pass. You never know what we're going to do. We might just randomly drop a game on Game Pass. And even that now is probably seen as like, that didn't really work out that well. The studio got closed down and it didn't generate enough money. Xbox has conditioned its players to only play games on Game Pass. It's not on Game Pass. Most will not buy a game. I've heard this observation a lot recently, which this again is where I go back to Microsoft doesn't focus on the games and they don't focus on the creative. They focus on branding. So if you go and you listen to a lot of the podcasts the last couple of years, if it's like a Bleed Green podcast, you will hear them talk about, go do it. Go get out a stopwatch and watch these podcasts and these discussions. And these homies love Xbox. And so, no shade, they're allowed to love Xbox. But the prioritization within the brand, you can hear it in the fandom and you can hear it in the way they talk. If you get out a stopwatch, they probably spend most of their time talking about Phil Spencer, Game Pass, and PlayStation. Because the cadence of games was terrible. Like, for the first 4 to 5 years, the amount of games coming out was awful. And then when some games came out, they were also awful, like Redfall. So, like, they've been conditioned to celebrate Game Pass and to celebrate Phil Spencer and to celebrate a showcase. Creature was talking about this. My producer was talking about this. He's like, if you look at like the PlayStation showcase, when it's over, all of the standalone trailers go crazy and they surpass the showcase. When the Xbox showcase comes to a close, the Xbox showcase has tons of viewership and the game trailers don't. It's a brand and it's a community that's been conditioned to like celebrate the events, the roadmaps, and Game Pass, and they spend more time talking about that than the games. I'm telling you, it's all bleeding out from Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't focus on the games. They focus on positioning things and having marketing and having branding, and that way you're talking about. They basically have front people that are almost like miniature celebrities. Like Phil Spencer became such a focal point, and then look at the way Asha Sharma is being treated. Do you see anybody doing that with Jim Ryan or Hideaki Nishino or Hiroki Totoki or Herman Hulst? No, like it's a completely different approach. One, it's all about the games. It's the games. Games are what move. Games are what move. That's what gets people to move. And I think with Xbox, if they would have been thinking about the games, they would have been like, Hi-Fi Rush is a wonderful, value add to Game Pass, and it is an ingratiator. It's a loyalty ingratiator. You're going to get people to stay loyal because they get a good game on Game Pass. A $5 super chat. You forgot about the part where they talk about quick resume. Listen, if you guys question quick resume and you say that you feel like the PlayStation 5, if you put it in standby, rest mode, it essentially has quick resume, you will get viciously attacked. Don't go after their quick resume, their precious quick resume. They'll get very upset. They'll dedicate entire videos to you if you do that. And I think that's been my frustration, is it's like, just focus on the games. What did I say last week? If I were to interview Asha, I'd say, what are you doing about the 18-month contract policy? What are you doing about that? How are you setting these studios up to flourish if anybody on a contract has to leave 18 months later? Oh, and by the way, you guys want to save money by using internal engines. Guess what that means? That means anybody on a contract has a longer onboarding process. Gonna take longer to get onboarded into this engine because it's a proprietary engine. It's your engine. So that person on that contract has a longer onboarding process, weakening their efficiency, shortening their efficiency. Craig Duncan from Rare is leaving. I mean, Rare might be in trouble. I don't know. It'd be amazing if Nintendo could buy them back. Put them to work. Make good games, we'll play. Simple. That's it. That's it. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, are you setting up these studios to flourish? Like that's my big concern is you have so many studios, you have so much IP. How are you setting these studios up to flourish? Unfortunately, it seems like we're probably going to see a lot of studios get completely gutted, shut down. Hopefully, most of them get sold instead of closed down. But Asha did say the foundation of this needs to be the games. I think Xbox will outsource development more than using contractors. That could be a way around it, Hilly. That certainly could be a way around the contract policy. You know what would also be a way around the contract policy is turning Xbox into a subsidiary where they're not beneath Microsoft policies anymore. I actually would like that. If you spin them off into their own subsidiary, but they're still underneath Xbox ownership, that could be the absolute best case scenario. Xbox Game Studios boss Craig Duncan steps down. Chief of Staff Louise O'Connor also departs. The head of the Xbox Game Studios, Craig Duncan, has stepped down after the role of 18 months. Wait, he just took the job. Buy now, pay later. Buy now, pay later option appears on the Xbox back end. Do you guys remember what I told you they were going to do? I said I bet you they'll entertain the notion of a Game Pass tier that allows you to basically buy hardware over time. This guy's been in the position for 18 months. Xbox Game Studios boss Craig Duncan has announced he's leaving the company 18 months after taking the job. Former Everwild producer Louise O'Connor is also leaving. I think you talked about that on the pod. Yeah, I brought it up on Ginger's podcast as well on the Gaming Roundtable. Yeah, buy now, pay later. I actually am not all that opposed to that. If you can budget $50 a month for Game Pass for 2 years and you get games and you get some day and date stuff and you get a new console, I have no problem with that. That doesn't bother me. As long as it's not predatory and like taking advantage of people and like they end up paying more. A $5 super chat from Tactical Gamer says, I found it extremely odd that big Xbox personalities would parrot new marketing strategies and talking points at the drop of a hat when Microsoft would pivot. Well, they own a bucket load of IP and studios, the network build for you to budget and at quality. Yeah, I don't know. Outsourcing has its own pitfalls, Hilly. I mean, if outsourcing was such a great way to make excellent games, more companies would be doing it, and the reason that more companies would be doing it is because it would be cheaper. Everybody's trying to bring down operational costs. I just don't know. The upcoming layoffs must be brutal if people are resigning. They've done that before. It's called Xbox All Access. Yeah, it's not the first time they've done it. Right. Why is a hype train starting on Twitch? Is so weird. Destiny 2's best content was outsourced. I don't think that that's a fair read of that. I don't think I would agree, Hilly, that High Moon Studios and Vicarious Visions were a traditional outsourcing relationship. That was a pretty close. They were almost like, they were basically practically like integrated into Bungie. Wired Rope believes in the hype train and he drops a 5 bomb over there on Twitch, and then Detonator renews for 57 months on YouTube. You're correct, Hilly, but I also don't think that that's a normal scenario. Like High Moon and VV, that was like an ongoing relationship. I don't know how many studios right now are waiting in the wings to have projects outsourced to them like that. That was also a live service game, so it was an ongoing relationship that could flourish over time. I don't think you can just be like, hey, can you guys over there build a Halo for us? I'll make my mind up when the new Halo lands. It was outsourced. Yeah, I would worry more that you're going to end up with a lot of soulless, like identity-lacking content if that happens. Yeah, so if you guys haven't seen the news, it's breaking news. It's hitting right now. Xbox Game Studios boss Craig Duncan is leaving. He's only been in the position for 18 months. $5 from Duff. In Microsoft's POV, it's hard to care about a singular game project when you're worth trillions, even Halo. Well, that's precisely why I didn't want them to buy a bunch of property, because I know the way Microsoft operates and thinks. I've watched them over the years. Companies that size, it's not evil or mean-spirited. They literally can't afford to care about the small things. They can't. It's not within their purview. You know, it's an aircraft carrier, and you're like, oh, but see this lifeboat over here, it's the seats are uncomfortable on this lifeboat. And they're like, we don't give a frick about that. We're piloting an aircraft carrier. You know what I mean? Like the small games, the small projects, it's just small fries to them. It's small potatoes. They're like, we don't care about that. They can't afford to. It's not within the purview of how the business operates. Should they not ask Asus or somebody else to build their next hardware? I think to a degree that's on the table, but here's the problem. Everybody is facing the same difficulties with hardware. It's not like you can go to somebody else and be like, oh, hey, you guys aren't having any issues with hardware, right? The RAM crisis isn't affecting you, right? Asus is probably thinking, no, it's affecting us too. What are you talking about? Because if you are attempting to build hardware and you can't get good prices, then so is everybody. I mean, everybody. PlayStation's dealing with it. Valve is dealing with it. They're all dealing with it. There's not like a road they can take where they're like, hey, we got a great deal here. Asus is going to build everything, and we're going to be on pace, and we're going to be good. We'll be able to build to scale. We'll be able to subsidize. That's just not in the cards right now. It's not in the cards for anybody. It's why I haven't really, wailed on them for that. I've not like wailed on Xbox and Microsoft for that, like the hardware thing, because like it's not really something that they or anybody could have legislated to. It's like this is kind of taking everybody by surprise. My frustrations have been with everything that led up to this moment and telling everybody, yeah, this is probably what's going to happen. You know, I wonder if Tim Dog is taking over for Craig Duncan. I really, really, really liked the Paris Lily clip until he dropped Tim Dog's name. I'm like, just leave Tim Dog alone. Like, because I agreed with Paris. I was like, I said the same thing. I said the exact same thing. Stop interacting with people on Twitter. It's not helping you. It's not. It isn't. It was like, I was literally watching the clip and I was like, why are people so upset about this clip? Like, what Paris is saying is true. It needs to happen. Like, if you want to reset the brand, I went further. I went further than that. I said, don't do the podcasts. Don't do it. Matt Booty did the interview with Gamertag Radio. I thought that was fine. But don't start going and doing all these podcasts where you're like answering questions off the cuff the way that Phil did the one time. Don't do that and stop replying to people on Twitter. You're creating more problems than solutions. You're not fixing anything. And people should be listening to Paris. I don't know if that's what his point was. Like when I said stop replying to people on Twitter, I wasn't saying they should listen to me. I don't know if he was saying that either. I don't know if he was saying, oh, you should listen to me and not them. Because the clip I saw, I'm like, I agree with him. I think they should stop replying to people on Twitter. I think he's right. When he drops Tim Dog's name, it turns it into this, oh, don't listen to Tim Dog. They should listen to you. And I'm like, I don't know if that's what his point was. I felt like his point was, you guys are interacting with people on Twitter and it's not productive. You end up interacting with somebody who is trolling or being hyperbolic or being exaggeratory or they're just bad faith rage farming. It's so easy to get lost in the fray. Like Asha is apparently following a fake Todd Howard account, like a satirical Todd Howard account. Why are people upset? Paris of all people is calling out people in the gaming space for too much infighting. I didn't see the entire clip, so if he was talking about infighting, I'd have to watch the entire clip. The first part I totally agreed with. I was like, I said the same thing last week. I said the exact same thing. I was like, stop interacting with people on Twitter. Stop. It's not doing you any favors. It isn't. It's making the brand look weird. Remember when Paris was against exclusives? Has he come out and said they're good? I've not seen a clip of him saying that they're good. I don't think I've seen a single clip of him being like, oh, they're back on the menu, they're good now. I think he still thinks it's better to not do exclusives. I'm not suddenly like on Team Paris, but like people are trying to do gotchas on him, and I'm like, I haven't seen a clip of him flip-flopping. What are you talking about? He covered the event. He interviewed Booty. Did he come out and say, hey guys, I'm on Team Exclusives now? I've not seen that clip. Asha going directly to Twitter after getting hired was painful to watch. Well, and now it's this whole thing of like they've just kind of accepted the narrative that she's not really a gamer, but then they created that gamer tag for her and like gave it all these achievements, but it was clear it had just been creative or it had just been active or something. Sony just gets on with it. Xbox talks too much. I'm sure I saw Asha more than my wife last weekend. Well, maybe we should talk about your quality time with your wife, Game Riot. Okay? I do have a degree in counseling, so if you guys ever need to talk. No, I agree. They talk way too much. That was my point. Like, I'm not trying to cause any controversy with what I'm saying. I just saw the clip and I was like, I kind of agree with Paris. I'm like, stop talking to everybody on Twitter. You know what I mean? If he says, don't talk to them, talk to me instead, I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, that's a little bit of a different position. That seems like you're more like, you're kind of jockeying there. But it's like, I agree. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you guys interacting with everybody on Twitter? It's not just Asha. Matt Ball's doing the same thing. I'm like, you're wasting your time. This is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the gaming market. It's such a small group of people. If they drive any of your in-thinking, if they drive any of your brainstorming, any of your messaging, why? They're such a small, they're nothing in the grand scheme of things. They're nothing in the grand scheme of things. And I think that cuts both ways. I said the exact same thing about the PlayStation fans when they were really upset the 1 year and they thought the PlayStation Showcase was bad. I was like, guys, we're not the target audience. We don't matter. We are too small to matter. The global audience doesn't give a frick about first party, second party, third party. They don't care. I told people, I said, I was disappointed in the Showcase, but I'm willing to admit that I don't think the Showcase is for me. I think it's for John Q. Public. John Q. Public watches a PlayStation Showcase and is like, that was awesome. There's a lot of games coming out. They're not like, well, I have my handy-dandy checklist of first-party studios here, and not enough of them showed up. That's why I say don't take any of your signals from Twitter. He was really happy when Matt was telling him that Xbox will have exclusives. He should tell him that exclusives are anti-consumer. Being professional in an interview setting like that, I'm never going to fault a man for doing that. I don't expect you to become like a 60 minutes hit piece where you're like, all right, well, Matt, hang on a minute. Phil Spencer said, I don't know who it helps having Helldivers not on Xbox. Seemed like you guys thought exclusives were pretty anti-consumer. Why are you bringing them back now? Like, that's not professional. You don't need to do that. I think if you go into that environment and you're professional and then you want to voice your opinion later, I think that's completely legitimate. If I had an opportunity to interview somebody like that, I might in the pre-interview say, hey, I'd really like to press on this and say, hey, there was a lot of narrative going around that exclusives were anti-consumer and were bad and they were archaic. Why did y'all's minds change on that? I would probably want to ask that question. And if they said, no, we'd really like to not do that, we'd like to not have questions like that, I would be professional and I would respect that and be like, okay, I won't ask about it. I remember when I interviewed the guy for Call of Duty at E3 2019. He said a ton of people are going to be asking why we don't have gameplay today. He said, so please don't bring that up. Don't bring up the fact that we don't have a lot of gameplay to show. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And then at the end of the interview, he said, and we're going to have more gameplay in a couple of weeks. So he wanted to kind of save that as like this, like, oh yeah, we're gonna let people know there's more gameplay coming. But he didn't want the interview to fixate on that. And so it would have been incredibly unprofessional for me to be like, well, but I'm going to take up for the gamers. And I'm going to blast this guy with my first question. Yeah, why don't you have any gameplay for us today? That would have been completely unprofessional. That would have been really, really unkind to do. So I do not expect anybody to come out and like, here's something you have to realize. That's not the purpose of those interviews. The purpose of these interviews is not to be like hard-hitting, like investigative. I mean, I think Chris Dring did a good job. I think Chris Dring might also not get a lot of Microsoft interviews going forward. But I like Chris Dring. Chris, right there, asked Matt Ball. He was like, well, why is Clockwork Revolution an exclusive but not Senua? And he got his answer. The answer was no comment. That's not a good look. That's not a good look. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the people that are going to do these interviews, that's not the purpose of the interview. The purpose of the interview is to literally let that person comb through their marketing or whatever. It's the same as when you interview somebody about a game. If some game opted to not do co-op and you kick off the interview with like, so why didn't you guys do co-op? You're just being a jerk. Like, that's just really unprofessional. If they're like, listen, this game doesn't have co-op. We opted to go in a different direction. We really don't want to focus on that in the interview. And I'm like, all right, sitting down here with so-and-so talking about their brand new game, and, seems a little strange. You guys didn't do co-op. Can you guys explain to us why you decided to give people less in your game? Like, why should people buy your game if it's going to be less than the previous one? And that person would be looking at me like, dude, what the frick? What did I do to deserve this? What did I do to deserve this? Why are you coming after me? This is the problem with the gaming media. The problem with the gaming media is there is no real edifice of the gaming press. A lot of these outlets, homie, they're just content creators. That's all they are. That's all they are. And that's fine. But you have to see it for what it is. A content creator is not going to burn their relationship to the ground with the brand to ask the question that you think that they should ask. In that moment, they are not functioning as a credentialed member of the press. They're just doing an interview. That's it. Like, the minute you see that, I think if you want to be critical of people or you want to not support people, I mean, that's your choice as a viewer. You have to make those choices. But I think the minute you see that, you'll be like, well, this is not a credentialed member of the press. This is a guy running a YouTube channel. So, of course, he's going to be polite and he's not going to put this guy on blast. Why? It would be very counterproductive to do that. There's other ways to hurt your career. I mean, why do that? Like, why burn a bridge with a big company just to ask a question that, here's the thing. You know they're going to likely dodge the question, give you vague corpo speak, or just flat out say no comment. So what purpose does it serve other than to damage your relationship with them? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not taking up for and defending people who do softball interviews. If they want to do softball interviews, that's their prerogative. That's their choice, and that's how they want to carry themselves and conduct the interview. That's what's under their jurisdiction of their content. But if they're not a credentialed member of the press, homie, I don't expect a hard-hitting interview. I don't. Sometimes I feel like that's what's happening is like you guys are coming at the interview and you're saying like, oh, I really expected this and I got that instead, and you're really mad. And it's like, I don't think I ever go into these interviews expecting anything other than letting that person kind of stump and do their basically their marketing. That's all I expect. And I don't expect much more than that. Don't do the interview then if you're just going to be free marketing. Why would they not do the interview? Why? If you're trying to grow your channel, your resume, and your presence in these spaces, why would you turn down an interview? You know what I mean? Oh, here's Paris right now. He says, I was not happy that Gears was exclusive in my interview with Matt Booty. My stance hasn't changed. I get your chat hates me, but let's not make up narratives. We got a few minute interview. There's only so much we can ask or say. Yeah, I've been on that side of the camera. That's what I was trying to tell them. Like, you're not going to be like, all right, this is my opportunity to really express what I think. It's like, no, that's not what you're going to do. I just want to let you know, Matt, before we end the interview, I don't like exclusives. Like, no one's going to do that. And like I told you guys, and my chat doesn't hate you. There are people in my chat that don't like you, but there's like 600 something people watching on YouTube. They don't hate you. I think there's a group of them that are not fans. But I told people, I was like, I've not seen a clip of him saying he likes exclusives now. I haven't seen that clip. I watched the video that people were trying to pull out and say, oh, he's flip-flopping. And I watched the video. I was like, he never once said he's a fan of exclusives now. And listen, I don't have a problem with people who want to maintain their position on exclusives and the fact that they either don't like them or they think games should go everywhere. I don't agree with them. I don't align with the position. I do not align with the position. As long as they're sticking to it. It's like, well, that's your position. That's what you hold. They're the sacrificial lamb they put up for the interview to answer questions, not answer my questions. I just think you guys have to see much of these interviews are not meant to be some heavy-hitting Diane Sawyer moment. That's not the point. As I gave evidence, like if I would have done that when I interviewed the guy for Call of Duty in 2019, I would have looked like a jerk. And the producer would have been like, why'd you do that? That was really unprofessional. Why'd you do that to that guy? He didn't do anything to you, right? I remember interviewing Bungie, and Deej was like sweating bullets because, I didn't have a great, rapport with Bungie at the time. And I think he was super duper nervous. He was nervous I was gonna hammer him. I think he was super nervous. And I was like, afterwards he said, hey, we should talk about re-engaging. Because Bungie wasn't engaging with me at the time. And I think he was appreciative that I was just professional and I handled the interview, in a charitable way. Pear says, like I've said, Lono, I think for the health of the industry, keeping games to one platform isn't great anymore. I just don't think I don't think that development, and this was a concern I had for a lot of the Xbox studios, I don't think going into those studios and saying, make the games for all platforms is a solution either. Because if you look at a game like, let's take, for example, like Gears of War E-Day. If the Coalition would have been tasked with making sure that game ran on Switch 2, PS5, PS5 Pro, PC, all the rest, I think it would have even elongated production even further, which raises the cost of the development. So I don't know if it's like as simple as like you just turn a dial and you're like, yeah, the game's exclusive now. It's gonna be better for your bottom line. I think there are times where that is true. Like an established game that's multi-platform, they kind of have their teams, their engine, they have their their method of getting the game on all platforms is already practiced. But when we look at how many games only go to Steam, and then if you listen to the guy from like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor talk, he talks about how it is costly to suddenly start building for another platform. He also talks about it like chokes out the features, right? It'll choke features. And to me, if a game of that scale, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, right, of that scale, if that's true of that game, I think that compounds and gets even worse the bigger the game. So a game like Elder Scrolls, I would be fully in support of the Elder Scrolls 6 being built for small scope, just like PC and Xbox, and make it as awesome as you can, code to the metal as best you can, and then bring it, to PlayStation later. And at some level, I think a game like Elder Scrolls 6 probably has to completely skip the Switch 2. Like, I just don't think it would work. I don't think you could get a game of that scale and scope to run well there. If they can figure it out, great. But I would say, do not task that studio with that until after you have a very solid game built. And I think PlayStation obviously experimented with this, and they didn't make enough money on PC, and I don't think they saw it as not being worth it, so they've stopped. Critopsy says, I don't think Paris' opinion matters in all of this. I think everybody's opinion has weight. You don't have to agree with everybody's opinion. Right? Like, as I just did. Like, I don't agree with the viewpoint, and that's fine. And he can have his viewpoint, and he can believe what he believes. And like, my personal take on the console exclusivity thing is I think they're only doing it to keep people from leaving. I don't think they're actually moving back to doing it again, and I don't think they're doing it to get people to buy Xboxes. I think they're getting it so people don't leave. Because I think that showcase would have been just a shove out the door for users if it was just 20-something games all going to PlayStation 5. And then they knew in the weeks after bad news was coming. They knew that there were going to be layoffs, potential studio closures, bad news, and it was like, if people are going to stay even remotely loyal to this brand, we need something. And I think random exclusives makes it really hard to leave. You're like, well, I don't want to miss out on Gears of War E-Day or Clockwork Revolution, and who knows what's next. There could be something next. And I think that's why they're doing it. I don't think this is like a move back to like, oh yeah, we're going to be doing tons of exclusives. Like, and again, I feel like they're contradicting themselves. It's like you're talking about like, we have to focus on our big titles and our big franchises. Those are the worst candidates for exclusives because you're going to spend all that money developing it, and then you're going to shrink its footprint. Now, if you had a larger footprint of consoles, it would be a different conversation. If they had 90 million Series X's and S's in circulation, it would be a completely different conversation. You'd have a larger base to sell to. But you'd also have to get rid of day and date, because you'd want to make sure that that large base isn't just playing the game on Game Pass. You'd want them to be buying the game as well. What's the title mean? I'm just being clever. They're talking about it's an Xbox reset. I'm like, yeah, you're either going to reset or it's going to be RIP. You're going to be resting in pieces. Like, it, you know what I mean? This is a pretty pivotal moment for the brand, I think. And I think Asha was brought in to make the decisions that were going to be very unliked. I'll say this and step out. The infighting is the real problem. We can't control what these companies do. So when things... when they do. When things, it's business. When things change, it's business, and everyone is trying what they think is best to survive in the current economy. Well, I tell you what, I'm in agreement on the infighting thing. Like I said, I loved the clip of you saying they should stop replying to people on Twitter. I agreed. I said the same thing last week. Invoking Tim Dog obviously turned it into a perfect clip farm for people. But yeah, open invitation. I'd love to have you on the show to talk about some of this stuff. And because I told people, they were like, oh, he's flip-flopping. I'm like, I don't see clips of him flip-flopping. I haven't seen him. I haven't. There are certainly fans. You know what I mean? There are certainly fans of it. And Haseo comes in with 2 and gets us to 50. Thank you very much. He's going to stop supporting the infighting and stop taking part of it. I would assume if you're going to be against the infighting, you can't take part in it. In my opinion, the only chance Xbox has of surviving is to ditch day and date for first-party games. Game Pass needs to be supplementary to game sales, not a replacement. I think that's one of the other hard decisions that is coming. I do. I think that's one of the other hard decisions that's coming. They're going to have to get rid of day and date. She's talking about hard decisions and things coming down the road that are going to be, unpopular. I'm telling you, they broke the seal on that. Taking Call of Duty off day and date, man, they cracked the seal on Pandora's box. Everything now can basically be like, we can't really do day and date. I mean, they could just flat out come out and just level with people and be like, we have to completely restructure Game Pass. We have to completely restructure it. Because it's too costly. It's a form of subsidization that they can't do anymore. I feel like when Satya said what he said about how, we've been subsidizing instead of monetizing, I literally feel like he is almost directly thinking of Game Pass when he says that. I feel like that's what he's saying. Paris was in chat. He stopped by over there on Twitch. Good nudes and bad nudes. Yeah, what a terrible Freudian slip, Dark Taco. I mean, listen. We've all gotten some bad ones before, Dark. You're like, oh, golly. I owe a member to YouTube. Guys, make sure and hit the like button. Make sure and hit the like button. We're so close to 300 likes, guys. Thanks for a huge day. Let me gift one back. I gift one every 25. In my opinion, the only chance Xbox has of surviving is to ditch day and date for first-party games. Oh, I already read that. All those $70 games they showed during their showcase said Day 1 Game Pass. That's insane from a business perspective. I think that's one of the reasons that Satya is using the language that he's using right now. I think that's why he's using the language that he's using. He's saying, hey, we've been subsidizing. We need to stop. We need to start monetizing. It's so back. It's so over. Roller coaster for Xbox has been exhausting. It should be studied. I said that at the open. I was like, the shift from good news to bad news, it should be studied. It's like, how do you guys do this so fast? And here's the thing. The dilemma is, and I remember when Chris Drain came back from the one GDC, and he said that a lot of developers weren't even sure if they wanted to put their games on Xbox. And the reasoning was very simple. They didn't know what Xbox was going to do. There's a reverberation through the industry when this sort of thing happens. There's a lot of people looking at the brand right now, and they're like, we don't know what you're doing. We don't know what you're doing. I called it the Kansas City Shuffle. They get everybody to look left, and they're really going right. It's like, oh yeah, the return of exclusives. And then the real news hits. And it's like, oh, the return of Xbox. Okay. You mean the return of bad news? Guys, double check that it's saving your likes. We need 10 more. You guys are crushing it today. Make sure you check your renewals, as Punisher Matt just celebrated his 34 months. He says almost 3 years. Xbox needs to accept that they are about to be Sega. Just make games and make money. Let me add that to the total. I said something like that earlier, Matt. I said, listen, you guys are still using language like you're prizing exclusives because you want to be a platform, but then you're also using language where you talk like a publisher. You talk about, gaming in more places and putting games everywhere. And it's like, you can't do both of these things. You cannot serve two masters. You've got to pick one. You're either going to go full bore into publishing and shore up talent and set these studios up to make great games and put them in as many places as you can conceivably do it in a reasonable amount of time to make money, to make profit. Obviously, you can't make games for every single platform. You can't be making games for like the PS4 anymore or, the Switch 1. Even putting games on Switch 2, I think, is a precarious thing right now. We're seeing a lot of games go to the Switch 2 late. We're seeing that happen pretty regularly. That's a really great way to slow down your production timeline. So from moment one, I would not be encouraging people to be putting games onto the Switch 2. It's too easy for that to slow down your development timeline, and then you're losing money because you need to get the games out. You need to ship, within a reasonable amount of time. When do you think release for God of War Trilogy Remake? I actually don't know. That's an interesting one. They said they had just started production when the OG voice actor with his like super nice Christmas sweater was like, we just started development. I didn't get the vibe that it's coming soon. We're hearing, I believe it's Nate the Hate that said this, that the timeline for God of War Lao Fei is probably first half of next year. I kept saying I thought it was going to be first quarter because it's clearly ready. That sucker's ready to go. That thing's in the final pipeline. You can tell by the trailers. You can tell by the amount of marketing. That sucker is close. The trilogy could come a year later, or maybe just later in the year or something. I don't know. But yeah, it looks like he the inside intel on God of War Lao Fei is it's early next year or first half of next year. Cody Rhodes loves The Last Jedi. I love it, but my reason is fairly personal and oddly wrestling related. When these legends come back, they're not the same. Didn't want Luke with dyed hair and an 8-pack doing flips. I got a broken old man. Okay. That's a really good reason to not like the movies anyway. Did you see the Xbox news? Yeah, so if you guys haven't seen it, the two of Microsoft's most senior managers overseeing Xbox Game Studios are departing, and growing concern over upcoming layoffs and potential shutdowns. So if you guys didn't see this, a guy that was in a position for 18 months is gone. So is Louise O'Connor. So head of Xbox Game Studios, Craig Duncan, and Chief of Staff Louise O'Connor are leaving Xbox after decades at the firm. Both previously served long tenures at celebrated Rare. One of them was at Rare. Duncan was there for like more than 10 years. The departures were first reported today by the game business. No reason was given for their joint exit, though it comes at a time of intense concern for the future of Xbox Game Studios and many staff members. Yeah, it's looking, it's looking bad. I'm not trying to be a doomer. This is bad news. There's no other way to say this. There's no other way to phrase this. It looks bad. It looks, Lona, you didn't do an impression of TJ Carson? Me trying to do an impression of TJ Carson would be about as bad as me code switching. I think they're equally stupid. I'm not going to do it. That is, you know what I mean? I'll throw out a little like boy here every once in a while, especially early in the morning when my voice is like really gravelly. And that's just like, everybody does that. Everybody does the boy thing. But like, that's a different voice actor and a different thing. I'm not going to try to impersonate TJ Carson. I'm sorry, TC Carson. So Rare is on the chopping block. It's TC Carson. I was just reading what Trill put in chat. Sorry, he put TJ. It's never been this dire. Xbox is in a deep money pit. It's scary over there. Well, and the thing is that I have watched these type of acquisitions happen. Okay, I have. I've watched these type of acquisitions happen, and I tried to warn people. I was like, I don't think you realize what this leads to. You can sit here and do the whole market conditions thing. No. No. This is more than market conditions. Market conditions are gas on a fire they started. We can admit that. But they're the ones that started the fire. They can't sing the song, "We didn't start the fire." They did. They started this. They created this problem. And then the market conditions walk in the room and are like, we're going to make everything way worse for you. There's going to be a RAM crisis. There's going to be a war. There's going to be inflationary, like, realities of development costs. Yeah, you're going to be in a worse scenario than you even thought you were signing up for. But it was a terrible strategy from the beginning to buy ABK. It was too extreme. You're flipping your operational costs into overdrive. And I've run out of I told you so. It's just like, yeah, I try to tell folks, it's like when your operational costs are that high, the only way to bring them down is to shut studios down and to lay people off. And they've done it a couple times already, and I think it's about to be worse than it's ever been. I think the first round they did compared to now, that's going to be nothing compared to what's about to happen. Because the first round that they did was largely something that was going to likely happen to ABK anyway. Sweden's up 5-1. Are you freaking kidding me? Dude, Germany looks real strong, y'all. Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh, yeah, Sweden played last night. Yeah, Spain's about to play in an hour. Yeah, Germany looks so freaking strong. My boys, the Netherlands, they let Japan tie it real late. I was very unhappy about that. Minutes left, and they let Japan tie it. Japan was tough. That was a very close game. That was probably the closest game I've watched. They literally choked on ABK. Microsoft helped create the RAM crisis. They're on Team AI. Oh, yeah, they certainly contributed to it. Compulsion Games and Double Fine are on the chopping block. Yeah, I would say those are probably two that are in danger. Yes, they don't generate enough money. You think Portugal's a dark horse? Okay. Germany played a bunch of amateurs. It seemed like a pretty significant mismatch. They got behind the line so often, like their through passes were extremely effective. Like I was like, my gosh, and they weren't even playing against a high line. Like sometimes teams will play a high line, like Netherlands plays a really high line, and that can be dangerous on counterattack because you can get behind the line. But they got behind that line so effectively, and it was like, okay, yeah, maybe we are dealing with like a low ranked team. Germany still looked really tough. They still looked very good. Their passing game was very, very strong. Didn't old boy predict this in the leak last year? Mass layoffs are coming. Sneakers SO said he was worried that this was going to be coming. He was worried significant layoffs were going to be coming, and he was worried they were going to only focus on their big IPs. Basically, any small studio would be in danger. He expressed these concerns a while ago, and everybody dismissed it. I mean, you guys remember earlier this year where the rumors of layoffs were dismissed as absurd and that Xbox wasn't going to get any layoffs this year. And I remember being like, how could anybody say that right now? Everything's uncertain in the tech world. Everything's uncertain. How could you say that none? None? None. I couldn't believe how quick people were to dismiss it. It was like, dude, this is a genuine reality for anybody right now. To say so confidently that there would be no layoffs, I was like, I don't know how anybody could say that. Xbox Game Studios head and chief stepped down. Yeah, we've read through that headline multiple times here. Sneaker has to be high up of an employee at Microsoft. A lot of people have speculated that he's pretty high up. He's actually at the company. A lot of people have said that. You think Todd Howard and Bethesda boys risk closure or they're safe? Well, I think Bethesda is too large and they have property that's too big for them to be at risk. They certainly are at risk for layoffs because of their size. So there's two risks, okay? There's two risks. If you're large and your operational costs are really high, then you're at risk for layoffs. If you're small and you don't generate a lot of revenue, then you're at risk for closure. Does that make sense? Like if you're like an 80-person studio, 100-person studio, layoffs at that point might be a fool's errand. They're like, just close the studio. Laying off 50 people, you're going to put the studio into a death spiral anyways. They're not going to be able to function. You see? Like, so I think those are the two risks that we're looking at. Is that if you're a large studio, it's like, yeah, they're probably going to be doing some layoffs because you're big. It's expensive to run you. You'll stay open because you're so big. If you're small, then layoffs are just going to put you into a death spiral anyway. It's like, well, now, you go from 75 people down to 50 or 45 people. Well, now it's going to be hard for the company to even function. You lost too many people. Then, obviously, you also hurt morale. It can literally be a death spiral. Who's resetting? The entire outlook from Asha Sharma and the Xbox executives has been that they're resetting the brand. What do you mean? They're resetting Xbox. I'm arguing that it's, depending on how you look at this, it could be a reset or it could be a rest in pieces. It could be a reset or it could be a rest in pieces. Reset or rip? Which is it? It depends on how you look at it. I think a lot of what people were hoping from the brand and hoping to see, again, if you watch the movie Lucky Number 11, it's a Kansas City shuffle. You get everybody to look left and you're going right. You get everybody to look left and you're going right. They got everybody to celebrate the return of console exclusives and they're going right. Yes, the Great Flood. Mike Straw says, I've been told at least 2 Xbox studios are at risk of being closed by the end of the year, one of which would come as a shock to everyone. Well, that's worrying. Yo, Gentle Killa with a Prime bumps a line to 52. Halo is my guess. They would close. I don't think they would close down Halo. That would just be, I don't know. I think a surprising one would be something like large. What are they working on? The next game. I hope it's not Obsidian. How does Tencent manage so many studios while Microsoft can't? Well, if I had to guess, I don't know how Tencent operates, but my guess would be they operate more as a publisher. They're hands off and they just write checks to get the games, to get the games made. That would be my guess. I don't understand the need to do it so fast after the showcase. It seems like they are thinking most Xbox users are not in tune with that. It's because their fiscal year starts in July, brother. Xbox is getting ready to roll over into a new fiscal period. That's when you make these decisions. The next 2 weeks are probably going to be a bloodbath. You're going into a new fiscal period. So what do? You lower all of your operational costs. You lower all of it. That's like before we get to July 1st. So you got 2 weeks. They could have waited more. Well, I would imagine the reason they didn't wait is because it's going to be rapid. It's going to be fast. Here's why they probably didn't wait, if I had to guess. They have so many people to lay off, so much restructuring, so many studios. They basically needed to get the word out that this was coming, and then they have to get to work on that. Like, it's going to take them a while to even do this. Does that make sense? It would be like having an enormous piece of property, and you're like, we got to go through the property and turn off all of the lights. Well, you would say you're going to do that, but then it would take you a long time to go through and do it all. It's like, logistically speaking, what they're getting ready to do is probably not going to be fast. It's going to take them a while. It's going to take them probably, a week or two just even figure out who's doing what, who's being shut down, who's being laid off. Petrov says test. I see what you're saying. Lono, if they let one of them things go for cheap, you going to put a bid in? Oh, yeah, dude, I got $5. You give me a studio for $5, I'm there. From a business perspective, they should ditch everything except for ABK, Forza, and maybe Sea of Thieves. The rest are just not profitable enough. Yeah, I don't know if they can afford to do that. They probably spent the last few months deciding who's staying and who's going. My guess is that everything as an Xbox was dependent on live service growing year over year with more microtransaction profits. But live service crashed, and now Xbox is hanging by Minecraft and ABK. I don't agree with that diagnosis at all. I don't think they were hanging their hat on live service. I think they were hanging their hat on like big name properties bolstering Game Pass. The ditching everything but the big money makers was the fear of them getting ABK. Yeah, the fear of them buying Activision Blizzard was literally like, that's what they're going to do. They're going to strip it down to the big IPs and everything else is gone. That was the concern from the beginning, is that they only saw like the value that they saw in ABK. If you go back and you kind of like listen to them talk, it was King Mobile and Call of Duty. That was like the two things they were really looking at. To be fair, you would just go to the circuit breaker to turn off all the lights. Not the best analogy. No, it's a perfectly good analogy because just cutting the circuit breaker wouldn't do what you need to do. If you're trying to reassess how much electricity is being used in the home, you wouldn't just cut the circuit breaker. You'd go turn off all the lights, or most of the lights. The analogy was just to show, if I'm getting ready to do something of big logistical proportions, I might tell you I'm going to do it, and then it's going to take a while for it to happen. Like if I came to you in the morning and said, hey, we're going to be moving through the property and turning all the lights off, manually, then you might come back, around dinner time and be like, are you done yet? And we'd be like, well, no, we're still working on it. There's every individual room, every walk-in closet, every bathroom. We have to check every single piece of the property. Like, it would take you a long time to do it. The point I was making is they probably got this word out early because they know it's going to be a task to even execute on this. Here's why. They don't want this to be multiple days and weeks. They want this to all happen on the same day. That is a Herculean task. To be like, we want everybody to find out the same day. How do you pull those triggers? How? You don't want like multiple days of this where it's just like there's just a shadow over the entire industry. We're like, here we go again. Who's getting hit today? If you do it all at once, it's almost like it's so loud it drowns out. You know, if like the entire orchestra is just going crazy and just going wild, nobody can tell that you're out of tune. You know, that your piano's out of tune. Like there'll be so much noise if it all happens on the same day, then it'll be really, really difficult for anybody to be like, wait, so okay, it'll almost be so big that we'll be numb to it. The number will be so large, we'll almost be numb to it. But if you do a little bit every day or a little bit every week, well, then that you're just continuing to reopen the wound and re-bruise, you know, re-blemish the brand every time you have to trot out another round of layoffs. She's already been there for 100 days. She knows what studios can take a hit and trim down the amount of staff and get ready for one hit. Right, but that's not just something you can like send in an email chain. You have to have like a process by which you indicate who's laid off, who isn't. How do you notify them? How? Department heads have to get emails. Those department heads have to be under some sort of a silence like muzzle period for at least a couple of hours so that they can be like, okay, I now have to send out an email to 71 people who are laid off. Like, again, this is a logistical monster of an undertaking. I think, again, I'm just trying to speculate as to why they would have put this information out so soon, because they're getting ready to buckle down and act on this. They've probably been playing the layoffs before Phil was let go. It's possible. It still is not logistically going to be a fast execution. It's like, how do you do this quickly? How do you do this quickly? Because if you spread this out, it's just every day. It's like a perpetual groan of like, oh, here we go again, another round of layoffs. Here we go again, another studio getting closed down. A $20 super chat from the OA. The worst part about this shift in strategy is that Microsoft didn't prepare itself to sell hardware by focusing on Game Pass and premium PC Helix. Now they are caught in the middle of a storm trying to maneuver an ocean liner. If they had already had it planned, it would have leaked. Well, they could have been internally discussing it and not letting anybody know. You know what I mean? So many severance packages. Yeah, I mean, they could have been at a very high level discussing this. And then they start to push out the plans to the department heads and to the people that need to know. Which again, like you're saying, it did leak months ago. Yeah, when Sneakers said what he said, I think he had intel. I think he knew what was coming. I think he knew that storm was brewing. 100%. Yes. When he leaked that earlier this year, and it was so resoundingly dismissed. Do you want to know why it was so resoundingly dismissed as false and made up? Do you want to know why? Because I think they knew we have to keep this under wraps. They had a plan in place, and phase one of the plan was win back loyalty and goodwill. You can't win back loyalty and goodwill if you've got headlines rolling around out there that layoffs are coming. That was damage control. That was 100% damage control when you got that guy from Microsoft on Twitter saying this is all completely made up. Where is that guy now? Are you sure? You sure it was all made up? It was just completely fabricated? Or were you on strict orders to keep this narrative dead so that you could focus on rebuilding brand trust and brand loyalty all the way to Showcase, so Showcase can go out with the bang, focus on the return of exclusives, and then all of a sudden we come out, oh, it is true. Sneaker said the plans were pushed back a bit. whenever he said that it was coming, I don't think anybody was in doubt that it was a distinct possibility. It was the speed with which and the ferocity with which it was shot down. That's what to me was interesting. I remember at the time saying to you guys, I was like, this is really weird. Why are you how could you possibly speak so strongly to this? How could anybody speak that strongly to layoffs? How? You're not at that level. You don't know. It was damage control. They didn't want that information getting out there. Chris Davies says, that's why Matthew is there. He will find out who is not working out at the whole company and trim down all the fat. He's ruthless but effective at what he does. These are called restructuring charges on income statements. I'm not cheering this, but this is the only way things could go based on the information that keeps coming out. Well, I think the ship has sailed on the obfuscation. I think the obfuscation ship has sailed. You can't keep doing this whole like, oh, Game Pass is profitable. The gaming division is profitable. We're doing just fine. I think that ship has sailed. I think people are like, it's obvious that something's not right here. At the very least, it would be obvious when they start doing significant layoffs, restructuring, and studios closing down. It's kind of like when your kid insists that they're not hiding something behind their back. And they're like, no, I'm not. And you're like, yes, you are. Come on, no, I'm not. And then eventually they drop it or they turn to the side and then you can see that they are holding something behind their back. That's what this has felt like. It's like, you guys are spending too much money. We're profitable. This can't be working. This does not seem like a sustainable business model. No, it's fine. It's fine. And then we arrive in 2026 and they're like, okay, yeah, you guys were right. This isn't sustainable. It's, you know what I mean? It's like this entire time it's been like, this doesn't stand to basic business scrutiny. Nobody else is doing this. It's kind of like the marathon conversation. Like when we look at live service games, we're like, nobody else is doing this. Like nobody else is having this level of trajectory and then acting like it's fine, right? It's like nobody else is doing this in the console world, in the platform world. Like, how could you guys possibly expect us to believe that this is going to work? Playing Devil's Advocate, says Malice One, if they're not trying to sell off these studios and have to close them, it has to mean that they don't have profitable value, no? Well, or your profit's too small. Let's say you're a smaller studio and your profit margin's like an 8 or a 9%. It's not terrible, but it's not amazing. Well, 8 or 9% profit margin at a small studio, it's peanuts. It's like, no. The overall operational cost going down is probably worth more than the 8% profit that company generates. Does that make sense? If you close down 3 studios and they're all smaller, your overall operational budget can shrink. So let's just say that you have 3 companies, and let's just make it very simple mathematically. You have 3 companies. Each company is $1 million a year to run. $1 million. You shut them all down. And so you just freed up $3 million operational. Now you can take $1 million of that and you can give it to this company over here, and you still have lowered operational costs by $2 million. I'm keeping it very simple. These are not like actual numbers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, but those little studios each had their own profit margin. If we're bringing down the total operational cost so that then we can reallocate some funds to the larger pieces of property in the larger studios, we're still netting a gain because we're lowering the overall operational costs in order to have funds allocated to property that's going to generate more revenue total. Like the profit margin and the revenue generation of the next Call of Duty, it's better to protect that and bolster that than to have those 3 studios open. Does that make sense? Like, you're such an enormous, your operational costs are so huge that shutting those 3 studios down might lead to small amounts of profit that you're no longer making. But if it can bolster your bigger studios or your bigger pieces of property, it makes more sense. You have to look at the overall operational cost. They're just trying to lower that in general. They want to make the division look healthier and look better. Because if not, you're going to continue to have shareholders saying, why are we doing that? They're harming the share value. They're harming the brand standing, in the world. We don't look good. The main issue is all the spending with no return. That's why I would say day and date's probably on the chopping block. I would say it's probably on the chopping block. Because day and date is another aspect of this. Day and date is another aspect of being, cannibalistic to your sales and making it to where, your property doesn't sell well. Senior writer for Compulsion Games has been laid off. Has it already started? If they're doing layoffs at Compulsion Games, that could mean that Compulsion's not being shut down. Where are you seeing this reported? I'm not seeing it reported yet. Is this on LinkedIn? Is it on their Blue Sky? I'm not seeing anything in my my Twitter feed just yet. Game Pass is a problem, but it is literally the only reason I started back gaming in 2020. I would stop gaming again. They have to find a balance, losing people and also selling games. She posted on Blue Social. If the only reason you're gaming is because of Game Pass, and you would stop gaming again, like if Game Pass doesn't get enough or what have you, I got to tell you, I don't know. I don't know how much they would value you as a customer. If you're like, yeah, I can give you $20 a month for Game Pass, and if that goes away or if day and date goes away, I'm out. I'm going to stop gaming. You're generating such a small amount of revenue for them as a consumer. I don't think they would be like, oh no, we have to make sure and keep that person. Does that make sense? Like, they're not in the business of keeping folks in the ecosystem who are giving, pennies on the hours that they play. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm not insulting you. I'm saying on the books, you're, $23 a month, and you're like, yeah, and nothing else. And nothing else. Like, I'm not spending another dime. I'm not going to buy games. I'm not going to, that's all I'm willing to do. And if you can't keep Game Pass going at this level and at this price, then I'm going to stop gaming. Chase the whales. I don't even know if you chase the whales, but you certainly can't chase whatever the opposite of a whale is. Like, you would consider yourself to probably be the opposite of a whale. You're like, whales spend the most. I'm spending the least amount as I possibly can. And there's nothing wrong with being frugal. There's nothing wrong with being a frugal gamer. But I don't know how much they would be I don't know how much they would be like valuing you as a consumer in the ecosystem. What about ads? Well, I mean, the news about EA is obviously concerning because it's like, well, that could be the beginning. That could be the beginning. EA is apparently looking into it. Okay, so currently senior writer at Compulsion Games. So her name's Zaire. I've got 6 years experience in games, everything from indie to AAA. I'm not married to staying in games. Hoping to relocate to the Bay Area. I'm keeping my ears to the ground. So we do have a senior writer from Compulsion Games looking for another job. Now, is she indicating that she was laid off? Or is she indicating that doesn't say, yeah. Is she still there? Is she doing this because she knows what's coming? Because her profile still says currently a senior writer at Compulsion Games. Like, does she know? Does she know what's about to happen? Is she like, yep, I'm preparing? Rumors are CG imminent closure, game GPU reports, but no idea if a good outlet. 10% layoff. I'd say she knows something. Nobody's really reporting on it yet. I don't like jumping on this kind of thing, so I don't want to send a tweet or anything. I don't like jumping on this kind of thing. Like when people lose their jobs and it's like, burning breaking news. They might introduce a Game Pass tier with ads. We know they were entertaining the notion of Game Pass with ads because of Asha's meeting with the homie from Netflix. And he literally said that they haven't figured out how to make Game Pass work for them. Like, he straight up said it. He's like, Microsoft hasn't figured this out yet. Which is an insane thing to say after all this time. Like, that's kind of bonkers. To be like, after all this time, yeah, they still haven't figured it out yet. Bit off topic. Do we know any more about the new updated PlayStation Portal? I wonder if the updated PlayStation Portal got put on ice because of all the hardware costs. The fluctuation of hardware costs, rising costs of RAM. I would imagine if they were actively doing that, if they were actively looking to do an updated Portal, there would be a contract with somebody for OLED screens that would blow the lid off of it. If they were spinning up production of a PlayStation Portal with an OLED screen, it was like, we knew that Nintendo Switch 2 was getting ready to enter production because there was like a huge contract for like LCD screens. Now, maybe they're keeping the production really low on this thing so that it didn't trigger anything. But I don't know. Like, I just assumed if they were going to be doing an updated version of the Portal with an OLED that there would be enough whispers in the sort of hardware world that we would have known about it by now. I wonder if they put the whole thing on ice. I know for a fact that there's like a better version of there's an actual handheld coming. We know there's an actual handheld coming, but that again could be in flux. It could be on hold because of the situation with RAM, or maybe it's unaffected because of how they built it. I don't know. While the Xbox Series S and X have only sold about 1.7 million units in the same time frame, in comparison, the Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation 5 have seen much stronger sales, with the Switch 2 selling over 10 million units since its launch. Recent reports indicate that Xbox hardware sales have dropped dramatically, with a 70% decline in sales compared to the previous year. Yeah, we've known that for a while, that hardware was just down. Yeah, it's bad. It is bad. I won't ever buy another Xbox product. The games have been terrible compared to PlayStation. I tell you what I could do with that extra PlayStation 5. I could go trade it in for a Series X, so my wife and I could play Gears of War each on our own television. I don't know if that's worth it, though. I don't know if that's worth it. Asha will sell it for $70, ad-free. Xbox fans like her. I mean, people definitely like her, but there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do before fans just say, like, yeah, I'm not happy, or this is not what I wanted. This update transforms the PlayStation Portal from a PS5 accessory into a more versatile handheld device. PlayStation Portal updates, enhances cloud streaming, adds 1080p high quality mode, improves user interface, and introduces accessibility and security features. That's old though. I feel like that's months old now. They pushed out that update a while ago. Or is that a new update that they pushed out? I've not used my Portal since mid-May when I was in Florida. Jess Corden says on Twitter, Xbox is in constant chaos and it's tiring. Liking it executives gives me the creeps. Here's the thing, though. It works until it doesn't. It works until it doesn't. Like, I really liked Phil Spencer until I didn't. Like, I was just like, I loved Phil. I was like, dude, I thought the Xbox showcases were awesome. And I liked Phil. And then the moment that kind of broke me was when he did the interview with Destin Legary and he threw Larian under the bus. Real passively, real calculated, you know. Jez supported all the moves that caused the chaos. That's completely untrue. That's not true at all. I remember the podcast where Phil Spencer said we can't out-console Sony with an 11 out of 10 Starfield. And Jez really bristled at that and is like, you're not even going to try? You're not even going to try to fight? He's one of the guys. A lot of these guys were out here saying, do not abandon exclusivity. You should be putting up a fight. They felt like the brand was rolling over. I specifically remember the clip where he was really unhappy with that as an outlook. He was like, you're not even going to try to fight? Why wouldn't you try to fight? A lot of people, myself included, looked at the brand and they were like, come on, man. Spend the $70 billion on the studios. I had a whole rant. That I think it kind of pulled some numbers on Twitter when I tweeted out the video. I tweeted out and it was like, if I was in charge, what I would have done is not this. I wouldn't have done this ABK nonsense. As a PlayStation fan, that interview pissed me off. Not true. I watched Jed's podcast. He swallowed the Xbox leadership nonsense. No, he didn't. What you're saying is simply untrue. What you're saying is absolutely false. I've had conversations with the man. I've seen his tweets. I've seen his criticism. He has been readily critical of the brand. He was critical when they were using Series X's for cloud. He was critical of the lack of cloud features that were promised. He was critical of abandoning exclusivity. He was critical of not even trying to out-console Sony. He was critical of all those steps. I read the articles. I've seen his tweets. He didn't swallow everything they said wholesale. Fully supported Game Pass. The buys of Activision, all of it. Oh, I think a lot of people, yes, they were fully in support of buying ABK, and they thought it was a big moment for the brand. Yes. I don't feel like I ever saw him being like, yeah, exclusives are outdated and stupid. I feel like he thought that was a mistake. I'm pretty sure he was consistently on that, being like, yeah, abandoning exclusives is a mistake. You should not do that. New leak suggests that Sony is preparing for a major sequel, and this time the handheld might be fully able to fulfill its intended purpose. Yeah, I know about the like an actual handheld. In my opinion, he's mixed bag on what they have done. He's rejected some of it, ate some of it. Yeah, but saying he's accepted all of it and cheered for all of it is simply untrue. That's not true at all. Like, we're not discussing whether or not his opinions were right or wrong. Someone in chat said he accepted everything and thought it was all great. And it's like, no, he's been consistently critical. He was one of the first people that even reported on the fact that Series X's were being constrained and used for cloud instead. He's the reason that we knew about that. He was one of the first people to talk about that. He's been very critical of their slowness in making cloud better and adding features that were promised. He's beat them up on that. He's beat them up on the Xbox store on PC, being behind, being bad, being glitchy. He's been very critical. He's not been one of these guys that's like flip-flopped and cheered for everything they did. That's absolutely false and untrue. He went after the FTC, called Lena Khan a fraud. Listen, a lot of those guys didn't look super good during the FTC trial. They don't look very good post-ABK. That's fair. You want to receipt pull people that thought the FTC was stupid and that the Activision deal was going to be great and roses. Sure, you can receipt pull them on that. But the only thing I bucked up against was, oh, he swallowed everything they did and he thought everything was fine. And I'm like, no, that's not true. I distinctly remember him being critical of the podcast where Phil said what he said about we can't out-console Sony. He was like, you're not even going to try? He was mad. He was like, you're not even going to try? He was critical of the abandoning exclusives. I watched his podcast. He supported all these things. The industry isn't going to justify it. Yeah, that's fine. Guys, a lot of people got that wrong. I think you're misunderstanding what I took issue with. Did I say he's been consistent and right the entire time? No. I bristled against a sweeping statement that wasn't true. I'm like, that's not true. The guy's been critical. I gave him lots of credit. That the times I saw him being critical, I gave him credit every time. I was like, yep, he's being critical. I appreciate him being critical. There were other times where I was like, I'm like, yeah. I straight up told him, man to man in a DM, that I felt like he mishandled the one interview with Phil. He knows I think that. Not everybody's got a perfect track record. I don't have a perfect track record. I straight up told him, I was like, yeah, I don't think you handled it. I think you should have asked him the tough questions. You shouldn't have let him do that. That hindsight's 2020, right? Hindsight's 2020. But I just don't accept the sweeping statements that people make sometimes. And the reason I don't is because people do the same thing with me. They make sweeping statements about me. Oh, guy's a clown and a pony and a shill, and he'll never say anything negative about PlayStation. They'll ignore like the 18 videos and live streams where I've been heavily critical of PlayStation. That's because they watch my content through other people. They watch my content through people who lie about me. So, when someone does it to him, I'm going to buck it and be like, no. That's not true. Did he get stuff wrong? Sure. I don't even know if he would debate you on that. I think he'd be like, yeah, I got stuff wrong. It's like when people say, oh, but Reforge has gotten stuff wrong. I'm like, yep, I have. I'm a human being. Good job. Yeah. I don't even think he would fight you on that. I think Jez would be like, yeah, I've gotten stuff wrong. Yep. I thought certain things were going to be good, or I thought certain things were a good idea, and I was incorrect. I don't even think he would debate that. He'd be like, yep. The only thing I was gut checking was the idea that he just swallowed everything and thought everything was roses, when that's not true. Here's what I think is insidious about the way a lot of this dialogue goes. This is what's insidious about it. If he's critical, if any of these guys are critical, let's just say you have a pro Xbox guy and he starts being critical of things Xbox is doing, what do people do? They clip it and they say, oh man, they're out here coping and crashing out. They're crashing out. They're not going to say and give flowers and say, oh, they're actually being critical of the brand. They'll say, Pony's crashing out. Xbots are crashing out. They're seething and molding. Instead of being like, oh, well, they're actually being critical of the brand that they like. It gets framed as a crash out. It gets framed as seething and molding. So then the record never shows that this guy was critical when they made this decision. He's been consistent. Like I've been consistently critical of PlayStation. The people that hate me, they don't know that. All they know is some buffoon is laughing at me and saying I'm crashing out. That's all they know. They're like, yeah, Reforge crashing out again. You know, instead of being like, oh, he's actually being consistent. He's being critical of PlayStation for the same things he's been critical, of Xbox. So it's insidious. It's like you always have the person trapped in a label that they cannot escape. They're always in that label. They're either a pony shilling or a pony crashing out. They're either an Xbot shilling or an Xbot crashing out. They're never viewed as like someone who might have different views than you, and maybe they are critical at times, and maybe other times they're less critical, depending on whatever it is that they think. Pimp Taskell, thank you for 50 months. That's why I'm always quick to gut check that. I'm like, don't come in here and do that. Like everybody's got different views, different biases, and different ways of covering these things. Nobody has a perfect track record, but I don't think there's anybody in the space that has been hook, line, sinker, zero criticism. I don't think there's a single person in the space like that. You find me the most dyed-in-the-wool, bleed green homie, and I bet you he's been critical of Xbox. You find me the most ardent pony, the most ride-or-die pony, and I bet you they've been critical of PlayStation. There's nobody like that that's like, no, yeah, everything they do is amazing. They crap gold. They don't make any mistakes. I don't think there's a fan that I've seen that's like that. Not zero, but near zero. There are certainly people that did their best to, obfuscate and spin and make everything look like roses. There are certainly people that have done that. But I don't accept this idea that, there are people that just everything they accepted everything, and it's like, no, I don't think so. I've watched the clips, I've seen the videos, I've seen the podcasts of these guys being critical of Xbox. Do I think some of them could have been more critical? Yes. Do I think some of them should have been more consistent and not switch their positions so much? Yes, absolutely. I always told you guys, when you switch your position that freely, it's going to come back to bite you. It will, because eventually it's going to be seen as you're just following marketing. You're not actually formulating your own opinion, right? That's what I said. I wouldn't flip-flop if I were you. It ends up looking bad. What? Oh, it's not charged. Okay. You can plug it in and use it off of power.
No, I'm going to turn it.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Omakoni, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to say that. Thank you for using your Prime over here on Twitch. I appreciate that. PlayStation is more crap than it needs to be. Xbox is more crap than it needs to be. And shitification is everywhere. I don't know. I think that's an incredibly enforced, bleak outlook. I don't feel like Nintendo or PlayStation are heading in a bad direction. I don't feel like they're diluting their brands. I don't feel like they're pushing out crap. I feel like PlayStation has made some significant mistakes, but I feel like they burned their hand good enough on the stove that they're going to stop. I don't think they're going to do the let's have first-party studios, single-player studios work on live service. I think they burned their hand on the stove. I don't think they're going to do that again. I think they learned the right lessons. You see, this is where I do think there's a difference. I feel like PlayStation visibly learns the lesson and then they course correct. They cancel the projects. They shut the thing down that's not working. And now we're going to see adjustments. You're not going to see them, funneling money and having a single-player studio work on live service. I think that the last version of this is Horizon Hunters Gathering. And I think it's going to cement and it's going to just calcify their feeling toward it and be like, we're not doing that anymore, right? I feel like they've learned that lesson in their course correcting. My frustration with Xbox is Microsoft's at the helm, and I don't feel like they've learned any lessons. They didn't learn anything during the Xbox One era. You cannot argue that Microsoft learned valuable lessons during the Xbox One era and then applied those lessons to this era, because they made it worse. They made it worse. Like, that's the frustration. It's like, I feel like PlayStation placed bad bets, learned hard lessons, they're recoiling, and they're stopping, and they're reassessing. I feel like Xbox just continues to repeat the same mistakes. It's just rake. It's like they almost enjoy stepping on the rake. I wonder what's going to happen if, like, doom, step on this. Oh, wait, there's a rake over there. Instead of, ooh, a piece of candy, they're like, ooh, a rake. Doom, 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 just hitting themselves in the face. It's like, I don't know how you come out of the Xbox One era and do what they did this generation. It's befuddling. It's absolutely befuddling. You guys lost a gen because you didn't prioritize the console, and you walked into this gen with a 2-tier system? Like, what? It's like you doubled down on bad hardware. Omicron says, I was dyed in the wool Sony pony for over 20 years. While having every Xbox until the Series X and S, I've moved to PC. Sony moving to live service at the expense of everything else turned me off. That's a misrepresentation of what they've done. That just simply isn't true. They did not move to live service at the expense of everything else. That's just flat out not true. You can have the opinion that you don't like that they did the live service push, but that position is so just egregiously exaggerated. It is just egregiously exaggerated. It's so flimsy, and I just don't have any patience for it, because it's not like, oh, I don't like that they focus on live service. That's an opinion. Saying they did live service at the expense of everything else, it's like, but that's not true. They wasted Ben's time. You'll get agreement with me there. Ben could be close to shipping something had they not worked on a live service game. So they wasted Ben's time, and they had Bluepoint wasting time. Firewalk was a studio they went and purchased, so that didn't like pull away from a single player or a first party studio. It didn't. Naughty Dog on their own decided to do what they did with the factions thing. That was a decision they made pre Jim Ryan's live service push. So that's on Naughty Dog. That's Naughty Dog's blame there. They've got to hold that. That was a bad choice. And then they decided not to do it because Bungie educated them. So outside of those instances, I'm like, I don't see this giant push. I'll also give you Guerrilla. I think Guerrilla is wasting their time on Horizon Hunters Gathering. The third Horizon game could be closer to shipping. So yes, we certainly could have a game that would be closer to shipping from Bend, and we could have a game from Horizon that's closer to shipping. That, to me, does not establish this pattern of like, yeah, PlayStation focused on live service and everything else has suffered and sucked. I mean, I don't know about you, but Saros was amazing. Wolverine is coming. Phantom Blade Zero is a console exclusive that's coming. That they secured that deal, or at least they're helping with it in some respect. And last year was Yote and Death Stranding. Like, all the years leading up to now, I don't feel like have been riddled with a bunch of diversion to live service. What about Fair Games? Oh yeah, you'll get agreement from me that they should just cancel Fair Games. It sounds like the dumbest game ever. Yes, they wasted resources, and yes, they wasted time. I don't think that logically leads to the idea that like, oh yeah, they've just completely ruined this gen. It was all about live service. It's like, what I don't understand. I don't think that that's true. I think that's just such an exaggeration of like very nuanced instances of things happening. if they've not moved to live service, where's an on live service Horizon? Homie, the last Horizon game came out 4 years ago. What are you talking about? What sort of cadence do you expect from these studios? It's been like, 4 years since Forbidden West came out. It's been 3 years since Burning Shores came out as a DLC. And you're like, where's the next Horizon? It's like, Jiminy Christmas. No Bloodborne 2? Ask Miyazaki about that. That's up to him. No new Infamous. Okay. Sucker Punch shipped Yote last year. No new SOCOM. I don't know the team that worked on SOCOM. They have tons of IP begging for new games, yet they dumped hundreds of millions into Marathon and Concord. Marathon was greenlit by Bungie pre-acquisition and handled by Bungie independently. So again, you don't get to pin that on PlayStation. What's interesting to me is, and this is why these positions always provoke me to correct the position, you seemingly are formulating your opinion about PlayStation because of all these business decisions that you're aware of, and yet you don't even have all the information. You don't even represent the information accurately. Like, you know about all these business decisions, but then you talk about them in a way that's not accurate. Like, Marathon's not PlayStation's fault. That was a Bungie choice. That's all on Bungie. The timeline is clear. And see, this is what will happen. I'll correct this timeline. Being factual will then be described as, you're just shilling for PlayStation. You're just defending PlayStation. It's like, no, I think we should be critical of PlayStation when they make mistakes. Who owns Bungie? Oh man, you got me. I forgot all about that. Go read the contract. When they purchased them, Bungie came in and operated independently underneath the ownership per the contract. Pinning Marathon to PlayStation is willfully, it's a willful form of ignorance. You're either willfully deceiving the public or yourself if you're going to try to pin Marathon to PlayStation. It's an act of willful ignorance. That is not on PlayStation. It isn't. The reason I correct this is like, we should be critical of the things they actually did that were wrong. You want to do this sweeping nonsense that works really, really great in the algorithm to basically bash the mythical they don't know what they're doing, and the AAA industry is crashing and burning, and PlayStation wasted all this time on live service, and meanwhile you'll ignore everything they ship this gen. You'll ignore Ratchet & Clank, Returnal, Miles, Spider-Man 2, Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok, the free update of Valhalla to Ragnarok, the Burning Shores DLC. You'll ignore Yote, Astrobot, Soros, Gran Turismo 7. You'll ignore Helldivers 2. You'll ignore, what did I say, Soros? And then Wolverine's right on the corner. We're 6 years in, and you have to ignore like 13 games, 15 games to paint this picture that they haven't done anything and there hasn't been any games. Yes, while you actively ignore like 13 to 15 games over the span of 6 years, roughly averaging 2 games a year, and you're like, yeah, but those don't count because I made up reasons why they don't count. Again, it's like, if you're going to be critical, I'm fine. Let's be critical. But let's not rewrite history and act like there hasn't been a very steady stream of first-party games or console exclusives that have added to the value of the PlayStation 5 ecosystem. Whether it's, second-party exclusives like Death Stranding 2 or games like Rise of the Ronin, there has been a steady stream. We're 6 years in, and the revisionist history is so dadgum tiring. It's like, if you add up all the first-party games, first-party exclusives, the second and third party console exclusives, even if they were exclusive for a year and they're not anymore, they still count because for that year, that's a value increase for the console. If you add up every first party exclusive and then second and third party exclusives, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of over 20 games in 6 years. So they've averaged more than 3 exclusives a year. And you're like, They wasted all the money on live service. Did Sony have to spend upwards of $100 million on marketing for Marathon according to the contract? You don't know what they spent on marketing, so there's no reason to speak to that. You don't know what they spent on marketing. You're probably watching videos that are making estimates and projections based on market trends, but most of Sony's marketing for Marathon was on their own turf, like on their own blogs, on their own YouTube channels, on their own Twitter accounts, on their own storefront. That's not costing them hundreds of millions of dollars. They're using their own stuff to promote it. Now, the controller and some of those other efforts, yeah, that was probably pretty expensive. They threw their weight behind the game. One of the reasons I think they threw their weight behind Marathon was because they weren't about to send another game out to die and be seen as another live service flop like Concord. That's why they won't kill Concord. I'm sorry, that's why they won't kill Marathon, even though Marathon probably deserves to be taken behind the woodshed. It's dying before our eyes. Even still, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. You're not. Like, your point is that this gen has sucked for PlayStation. I went to PC. They focus too much on live service. I point out 20-something games that have been either first, second, or third-party exclusives to PlayStation. That used to be all we cared about was exclusives. The whole return to exclusives for Xbox is being celebrated by fans, and they're just console exclusives, by the way. They're still going PC day and date. So they're celebrating console exclusives, but then you're going to act like, yeah, PlayStation hasn't had any games this gen. It's not that PlayStation hasn't had any games. It's that you either don't count them because you're stacking the deck and you're being underhanded in the argument, which is just fallacious and uncompelling. It's like, well, I'm going to stack the deck and I'm not going to count 15 of the 20 games for arbitrary reasons that I've made up in my own mind. Or you just haven't played them. You just haven't played them. And that's on you. You're missing out on great games. In my opinion, you're missing out on great games. We need a stretch goal for Reforge to play Ratchet and Clank. Why would I do that? I've already played it. It was great. Looks like it's starting. Lono, the head of Xbox Game Studio, quit. Yeah, it's beginning. The pain is about to start. I'm going to go with you haven't played them. Right, like I can actually pinpoint and show you a lack of cadence and delivery from Xbox. I can point out a lack of quality from Xbox. It's easy to do. It's not willful ignorance. It's not misrepresentation. You just go to the games, look at how often they came out, and then look at their user scores, and it's like, you guys have it's been a bad gen. It's been a bad gen. Acting like, and this is something people do. It's like, you have to lump them together. Instead of just being like, yeah, Xbox has had a bad gen, you got to do this like, oh, no, let's just smuggle in PlayStation. Yeah, PlayStation and Xbox have just had a terrible gen this year, or this gen. I'm like, what? They're not even in the same ballpark. I'm not saying they've not had any games. My concern is that their recent failures in the live service space have cost the company hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion. This is going to have negative impact on future projects. That's not what you said. Now you're just backpedaling and restructuring what you said. You've completely changed your position. As your position's been dismantled in front of you, you've now got to reconstruct it. Like I broke the Lego house, and now you're putting it back together. You initially didn't say that. Oh, they've lost hundreds of millions, if not billions, if not $1 billion, on live service. Again, there's no evidence that they've lost that much money. You probably think that PlayStation spent $500 million on Concord. You probably think that. So you think they're halfway to $1 billion already. When the funding for Concord was independent of PlayStation, it was procured before they were even purchased. At least $250 million of that was procured by Firewalk before they were even owned by PlayStation. But that wasn't your position. How much have they lost in the Bungie acquisition? They've devalued the asset by $100 million, by about $800 million. That's not cash loss of close to $1 billion. They haven't. Again, this is why you need to be nuanced in your criticism, because you end up saying things that just look silly. PlayStation did not lose a bunch of cash. They've devalued the asset. That doesn't mean the asset cannot improve in value going forward. Strip it down, lower operational costs, maybe make some games, maybe make some profit, and then the asset's value could go up. The asset that you buy, like you buy a house for $300,000. If property value in the area goes down and you lose value on the home, you can increase the value on the home by investing in it. So you could lose some value on the asset and then improve it. It's not like suddenly your bank account gets shorted money and drained of money because the house that you bought went down in value. So the impairment loss they took on Bungie is this asset's not worth as much money. So we have to devalue it. Do you honestly think Bungie exists at Christmas? I honestly don't know. I made a video the other day arguing that I think they need to be relocated. I think operating out of Bellevue and that the studio size, and I think that's part of the problem. Lono is taking a massive L with this conversation. I've done nothing but bring facts. Do you have any retorts to anything that I've said, or are you just going to do the sweeping assertion? Yeah, PlayStation defense and cope going hard. You are admitting right now that you can't enter the landscape of the discussion, so you just say you're just coping and defending PlayStation. I'm being critical of PlayStation, but I'm also being nuanced and showing that a lot of the things people say about the brand aren't rooted in facts. I'm bringing facts to the table. Do you have any of those, or do you just have token Redditisms, like you just speak Reddit? Oh, he's just coping and defending the brand. Thanks for saying nothing original. Like, do you have anything original to offer to the subject, or are you just going to speak like a Reddit user? All I did was bring facts about timelines of when certain things were made and when certain decisions were made, amounts of money that were spent or not spent, and bringing facts to the table. It's like everyone wants to do this sweeping thing where, like, PlayStation's lost billions of dollars and it's going to affect future games. And it's like, okay, well, hang on a minute. Like, that's not true. An asset losing its value doesn't mean that PlayStation threw away $1 billion and now doesn't have it anymore. That's a misrepresentation of how these things are tracked. That's not how it works. If you buy a house and its value goes down, you didn't have money disappear from your hands. That's not how that operates. It's not like you suddenly have less income to operate your business because the property you bought goes down in value. That's not how that works. That's just basic financial understanding of like what they did to Bungie. They devalued the asset. And yes, they're potentially going to take a pretty big loss. They are. They're potentially going to take a big loss on Bungie. That's not what he said at the beginning of this. The beginning of this was, I moved to PC because PlayStation hasn't had any games. They wasted all that money on live service. And it's like, what? Did I just imagine the 20-something exclusives that we've had this gen on PlayStation? First, second, third-party exclusives? I just imagined all those. Live service just killed them. They've been keeping on pace with PlayStation 4 saturation. They're at like 90-something, 90, 95 million something in consoles circulated. But I don't understand. I thought they failed and there's no games and they're in trouble and they've wasted all this money. I think people misunderstand. It's like, I am very quick to be critical. I want to be critical based on facts. Like, yeah, they wasted Ben's time. It was a stupid decision. Yep, Jim Ryan was too bullish. 12 live service games by 2026. I said it was stupid at the time. I was like, there's no way you're going to ship that many, and there's no way they're all going to be successes. Not even, I said, I bet half of them ship, and I bet half of those are successful. So I thought they were only going to ship about 6. And then I said, I thought only about half of those would be successful. So I thought about 3 of their live service games would be successful. I was never overly confident in that strategy at all. I thought they were being way too bullish, and they did. They wasted a ton of money and time. Ghost in the Garage says, and with those losses, they will find every single tax loophole to mitigate those so-called losses. I think what he means is that Sony will have a hard time next gen with the PS6 because they won't have enough exclusives to draw in early adopters, combined with the price being higher potentially. Well, the lack of motivation to buy a PlayStation 6 won't be for a lack of exclusives. It'll be a lack of PlayStation 6 exclusives because you're going to be able to play most of the games on the PS5. There will be plenty of PlayStation exclusives in their future. Like, last I checked, the next God of War Lao Fei, and then the next God of War with Kratos, those will be exclusive to PlayStation. Intergalactic's going to be exclusive to PlayStation. Whatever Sucker Punch or Bend or Insomniac's got Wolverine, and then I think Venom. They're going to have a ton of exclusives. I think what's going to make it hard to get people to move to the PlayStation 6 is they're not going to have a reason to make games only for PlayStation 6. They're going to have cross-gen games, and the PlayStation 5 and the Pro are so good, you're not going to feel a desire to get off of them. You're going to be like, yeah, these are still really good consoles. I don't need a PlayStation 6, especially if the PlayStation 6 is expensive. So they will have plenty of exclusives to PlayStation as an ecosystem, but they're not going to have PlayStation 6 exclusives because it won't make financial sense. The footprint of the PlayStation 6 versus PlayStation 5, it's going to be an astronomical difference. The PlayStation 6 will probably cost $1,500. No, it won't. That's absolutely ridiculous. They would never do that. They would never come out and charge $1,500 for a console. All leaks point to them trying to keep the price of the device down. So that prediction is not based on any of the actual facts or analysis of what we know right now about the PlayStation 6. The only thing you can say about the PlayStation 6 now, I think, based on what we're seeing within the market, is that it's going to take longer to come to the market because they literally don't want to do that. They don't want to charge people $1,500 for a console. Every single thing that came out of Moore's Law is dead about the PlayStation 6. They're doing everything they can to keep costs down. Not going full metal like, oh yeah, let's just go with a pre-built PC pricing structure. They would never do that. Wolverine will be okay. Normies will buy it on discount. PC6 is a waste of money. Buy a PC. Yeah, that's right. PlayStation 6 that doesn't exist yet is a waste of money. You should buy a PC since those are so cheap right now. PCs are so cheap and affordable. The current PS5 Pro costs $900. Yes, thank you. We know that. You've made a very strong argument stating a fact that we already knew about. That has nothing to do with PlayStation 6 pricing. If you look at any of the documentation from Moore's Law is Dead about the PlayStation 6 and the die and the size and all of that, it's not going to be a $1,500 console. It's not going to. That their focus is keeping the price down. They'll also have higher production rates and higher scale rates for a PlayStation 6 versus production and scale rates for a PS5 Pro, helping them to have the PlayStation 6 not be more expensive than the Pro. PC won't have the PlayStation banger, so I will stand my PlayStation. Y'all said that about the Pro. Yeah, we constantly heard that the Pro was a scam and it was overpriced, and even at $900, it's still hitting above its weight class. And PS5 Pro at launch was an amazing deal, but yelling into a microphone and encouraging people to buy, pre-built PCs from Best Buy. I hope that worked out for everybody that took that terrible advice. Hopefully those pre-built PCs from Best Buy are hitting above their weight class, since most of them are around $1,400 or $1,500 back then. They were twice the price of the Pro. If the price for a PS6 would be around $600, I would consider picking it up. I think they want it to be around that price, which is why it probably isn't going to come out in the timeline that they originally planned on. They're going to hope and wait for the hardware situation to calm down so they can order all of the pieces they need at scale so they can keep the price down. I think people have a fundamental misunderstanding of what console pricing is targeting. Both Nintendo and Sony and Xbox, none of them wanted to raise their prices on hardware. They didn't want to do it. You need to stop listening to people scream and shout their mindless diatribes about greed and actually analyze how these companies make their money. You're listening to buffoons who would flunk out of like a community college economics course in the first week. They wouldn't be able to do it. Their nose would bleed from one lecture. They wouldn't be able to keep up. Like, none of these companies are like, raise the price on the hardware. That's where we make our money. No, they make their money on the games. Like, they want as little barrier as possible between you and the hardware because they make the money on you after the fact. But because you listen to people scream and shout about greed, you don't get actual analysis of the market and like what the companies are actually trying to do. PlayStation was on record. It's like, we're shoring up stock in America so we don't have to raise the price. We're considering bringing production to America so we don't have to raise the price. This is when they were facing the tariffs. They weren't facing the memory crisis yet. They were facing the tariffs. When they started facing the memory crisis, Lin Tao was like, we have enough memory to make it to holiday. And then the war happened and shipping costs went through the dadgum roof and it affected everybody and they had to raise their prices. They wouldn't be telling their shareholders, here's all the moves we're making so we don't have to raise the price. Why do you think they say that to shareholders? Like, scratch your noodle for a few seconds and be like, I wonder why they would tell shareholders they're doing everything they can and making financial moves and logistical changes to avoid prices going up. Why would they say that to shareholders? Because the shareholders know the impact of a price hike. Price hike impacts demand, impacts revenue, impacts profit, brings share value down. They lose money. There's a reason that you signal to shareholders, we are doing what we can to not raise prices on the hardware. But when you want to yell and shout and use the word greed as such a deep analytical form of thinking, oh, they're greedy. Oh, okay. Thank you for telling us literally nothing. Like, if that's all you're going to do and then that's all you're going to listen to, you have no idea why none of these companies want to raise prices on their hardware. Not Nintendo, not Valve, not PlayStation, not Xbox. It's not good for them. It's not good for their business structure. It doesn't help them. It hurts them. But, I mean, yeah, I guess shout about greed and talk about how the next PlayStation is going to be $1,500. Somebody says that makes no sense to me. You do realize these consoles don't stop getting supported once the next gen starts. What did they say? AOZ says consoles will always be cheaper than the equivalent PC because they are, wait for it, subsidized. Right. You're always going to be in that scenario where if the price of hardware is universally going up and you're trying to create this mirage where like PC's the better value, your math will never math. The calculus will never work in your favor. You're always going to spend more on the PC because at that point, you aren't buying parts at scale. You're either buying parts when they're on sale or you're looking for deals on Newegg or what have you, or you're going to PC Part Picker. And when you do that, you are dealing with pricing that is not geared at the scale that these consoles can be built. And then secondly, those people are making profit per piece of hardware that you purchase. They've got their own margins that they're trying to make. And the console makes money on the actual software sales. So they'll subsidize the sales of the console. Oh, I see what you were responding to. Gamer Chat Podcast says there's no point to buy a console this gen. Just wait for next gen. I mean, I don't agree with that. I think the next gen is too much of a question mark to confidently say what you're saying. I think your strategy of waiting is perfectly fine, but you could buy a PlayStation 5 Pro right now. Yes, it's more expensive, but you could buy a Pro right now and have an amazing backlog of games to play. You're speaking as if you're talking to somebody who hasn't bought a console this gen yet. So you have 6 years of a backlog to play through, and the PS5 Pro is going to get a lot more legs going forward and have a lot more longevity and relevancy with respect to like any PSSR enhancements that they do, any advancements they make in performance and ray tracing and things like that we've seen on the Pro with the PS5 Pro enhanced modes. Waiting could bite you. Yeah, waiting could 100% bite you at this point. I still think your best option would be to buy a Pro. You know, suck it up and bear that increased price, knowing that things could get a lot worse going forward, and beyond that, you don't even know when PS6 is going to land. Jerry with a $5 super chat. But Lono, Microsoft's ubiquity with DirectX is its sheer monopoly. That's right. What's good, Derek? You're real late today? Yeah. You're coming in at the end here. You probably already waited too long. People hollering about greed is just code for I can't afford, and that's fine, but keep it real. Well, they also use greed as a dog whistle. It's just a great way for people to get angry at a company they're already angry about. It's like if they already don't like the company, you just throw out the word greed, and then, you know, Oh, wow, you made an argument. You used a buzzword. Woof. That's really strong. I think it's fine to wait for next gen, but it's crazy how someone could look at the hundreds of games for current gen and still be stuck on a PS4. Moore's Law is dead is theorizing that PSSR Lite is coming to the PS5. I'd be interested to know how. Narwaffle said, "Is this real? Microsoft's being sued by its shareholders?" Just in, shareholders sue Microsoft alleging it hid slowing Azure growth and billions in AI infrastructure respending. Uh-oh. That's bad. That's bad. You don't want to do that. You don't want to hide something from your shareholders and then get sued for it. Imagine that. Imagine Microsoft hiding numbers from shareholders so that they don't see how something's not doing well. Man, I can't think of a place they've done that before. Oh, wait, except for gaming for the last, 20-something years. Never showing the hard numbers. Oh, they're profitable. Game Pass is profitable. Xbox is profitable. And then Satya's like, well, we've been subsidizing, and we need to start monetizing. Oh, okay. Excuse me. When it rains, it pours. Oh, they bit pretty hard on the AI thing. Microsoft hiding underperforming numbers? Yeah, I don't know when I've ever seen them do that before. When have they ever obfuscated their own lack of growth to make it seem like they're being successful when they're not? I can't think of an example. It's just so bewildering. I can't believe it. I've sat here for 4 years now, 3 or 4 years in a row, and told people Microsoft is the devil in the room. They're the problem. Everybody wanted to cheer for Xbox, and you weren't paying attention to the real problem. You weren't paying attention to the real villain, and it was Microsoft the whole time. It's just frustrating. To sit atop such a treasure trove of IP and such a war chest of spending. Can you imagine what Nintendo or Sony could do with that amount of money? With the way that Sony and Nintendo are so efficient in their spending, they're so much more efficient in how they spend publishing dollars. Sony and Nintendo, man. Imagine them having a fraction of the Microsoft war chest. It's so frustrating to watch it all be so mishandled. To be fair, under the new team, we've had more info on the financials than we had in the past 5 years with Phil and Sarah. Well, why do you think that is? I think it's because it's unavoidable. Right? So, track with me here. They couldn't walk out and do the obfuscation and the nonsense again about we have so many MAUs and Game Pass growth and everything's profitable. Oh, and by the way, we're laying off thousands of people and shutting studios down. You can't say that anymore. You got to come out and level with people. Yeah, we're not doing so good. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. You know what I mean? You're about to Thanos snap a big portion of the Microsoft gaming edifice, like that. And you can't be moments before doing that being everything's fine, everything's profitable. Then why are you doing this? Why are you doing this then? Yeah, head of Xbox Studios, Craig Duncan, has quit, and he was only in the position for 18 months. So, yeah. It's about to be bad, boys. It's about to be bad. You can only rob Peter to pay Paul for so long. Yo, GT5 King with 20 months. We're at 55. We're exactly 20 away from the next milestone. If you guys want to be on pace, you want to end the day at 100, it'd be the first 20 bomb of the week. It would get us to 75. I'd owe you guys another member. Now's the time to steal. $18 months. That tracks. I think somebody tried to make that joke earlier and it just, boom, it went right over my head. I think somebody asked if his contract was up and I didn't catch it until just now. Who said that earlier? Somebody made the contract joke earlier. Oh, he made it 18 months. He was on a contract. Microsoft's like, we don't want to pay your benefits. We know you're the head of Xbox Studios and all, but paying for your benefits is just a little bit too expensive. That's one of the reasons why you don't want these studios underneath Microsoft ownership anymore. Because the way that they run, the way that they operate, that's literally how they think. They're like, oh, well, yeah, paying for someone's benefits, we can't be doing that. We'd rather save that money. And what they end up doing is they end up shorting the talent that could make a game better and sell better. Does that make sense? Oh, did Fuzzy make the joke? Fuzzy, was it you? Was it supposed to be temporary? That's the same amount of time for a contracted employee. Yeah. No, I think somebody in chat said, was he on a contract? And I think they were trying to make the joke. Halo's about to launch. It makes sense. Hopefully they'll sell some of these studios instead of shutting them down. Well, I think it depends. They could shut the studio down and then you license the IP. Right? If you license the IP, then guess what? You get to make money off of it and it doesn't cost you anything. You know what I mean? Guy in chat says, hey, look, it's Jimmy Neutron. Hey, look, it's somebody who's unoriginal. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could see that they're going to make more money on, we'll license it. We'll just license it. We'll let people make games with this IP. Because owning the IP is a lot cheaper than owning and operating the studio. Detonator with a prime bumps line to 56. Thank you very, very much. They'll hold the IP hostage. Or you just license people to, then you just collect royalties. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's cheaper. It's cheaper than running the studio that makes it, paying for the marketing. You know, they could even say, hey, we'll license it and we'll give you some publishing. We'll help with some of the publishing. Instead of, like, think of the money they save. Like, imagine a studio right now that's got a really good IP. You shut that studio down. You can give out a fraction of what it costs to run that studio to just help publish somebody else using the IP to make a game within the franchise. Do you see? It's like they... Calling Lono Jimmy Neutron is a compliment. Jimmy is literally a genius. They both have the same height, too. That's right. We're both 3.5 feet tall. We both rock the same haircut, and we both have giant foreheads. That's right. I think the reason that people do that is they think if I make fun of what the guy looks like, it'll hurt his feelings because it would hurt their feelings. Do you see? They're like, well, I'm really sensitive, and it would really hurt my feelings if somebody made fun of what I look like. So I'm going to make fun of what this guy looks like. And it's like, I'm sorry that you're that insecure about what you look like, man. I hope somebody pays you a compliment today. I started doing that with my guy friends. I'll tell them when they look nice, or when they're, I like their shirt or something, or they got a nice haircut. You know what I mean? I'm trying to lift the brothers up out here, not tear them down. I miss when making fun of your hair was my thing. These randoms take all the fun out of it. It's not even that tall right now. I just got it chopped. It's, it's actually just like a little bit, it's even a little bit more messy than usual. It's like it's more like frazzled and like, whenever I get it chopped, it's a little bit more unruly. Well, call and tell Nintendo to make the Rare bid. Yeah, I'd be kind of down to see Rare back over there at Nintendo. You know what I mean? The size of his forehead makes up 2/3 of his overall height. Yeah, it's true. Like that's why I'm not afraid to point out the dominant forehead that I have. It gives me a couple extra inches in height. It does. 2 of the studios I've been told, including getting messages from employees at locations who are scared, are Compulsion and Arcane. Despite public messaging, many within the studios have expressed real worry and have overheard conversations about the future of their studios. Oh, so like Arcane Leon might be the surprising one that gets shut down, because we just had confidently, claims about Blade being made. Shantoria says, did y'all talk about Tom Henderson's article about BNPL for Xbox? What the... hang on a second. I gotta check the score. España! Nope, nothing yet. All right. Let's see here. Oh, buy now, pay later. Yeah, I covered that. That sounds like it could be the thing that I was talking about, where you could get an Xbox and they would just add it to your Game Pass sub. I actually don't have a problem with that. I know people have bristled at that suggestion, but I'm like, if you could pay for Game Pass for $50 a month and you commit to 2 years and you get Ultimate, but then you're also paying off an Xbox, I think that's fine. Especially, imagine you trim down some of your sub service and you're like, oh, I can afford $50 a month, and then you get a regular cadence of games to play, and then you get an Xbox, and you get to stay in the hobby. I don't have a problem with that at all. I would celebrate that. If a homie's down on his luck, but he can afford $50 a month and not $700 right now, they do that with iPhones and stuff. I don't have a problem with that at all. There's guys right now who have decent jobs who are like, yeah, I could move money around on my spending monthly on sub services that I have. Maybe you cancel Hulu or something, and you're like, yeah, Game Pass for $50 a month, and I get a new Xbox, and I get games every month. Yeah, why not? You're going to own the Xbox in 2 years. Temptation with the Prime gets us to 57. Keep forgetting to keep the streak going. 5 months is 5 months. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Here's my thing. If they close certain studios, aren't they closing ones that make games that haven't sold well, aka sometimes aren't great games? Then that money would go to bigger and better studios. Isn't that a good thing? Not when they're the architect of the failure. Do you know what I'm saying? They're the architect of the failure. It's like you're the ones that decided to do Game Pass and day and date, and then you're going to hold the studios responsible for not enough sales? What? Xbox is planning to shutter Peabody Award-winning Compulsion games? How do we know? Are they basing this off of the woman that said she's looking for a job? This is going to be bad all week. This is all we're going to talk about. Nobody's going to want to open up their dadgum mouth because of this. Xbox is planning to shut down Compulsion Games. Kotaku has learned. It is unclear how many individuals will be impacted. The studio's LinkedIn page says around 90 individuals work there, though Kotaku understands the actual total to be higher, and multiple individuals have now posted on social media looking for work. Just 2 months ago, the studio's talent lead was posting job listings on LinkedIn. This one comes just days after Xbox CEO Asha and Microsoft Game Studios head Matt Booty published an open email to the company. You know what I freaking hate about this? All the grifters are gonna say it's because they made a woke game and that's why they got closed down. They're all gonna celebrate the studio closing down because they made South of Midnight. Like, this is cannon fodder for the grifters. Yeah, we got another one, boys. Yeah, we got another one. And it's like, no, you didn't. This was a small studio that was set up to fail. Doesn't matter what they would have made. They could have made a game that looked they could have made the character in South of Midnight look like right out of Stellar Blade, and it wouldn't have freaking mattered. It was a small studio, small project, and they put it on Game Pass. Grim Reaper's at the door. Her name's Asha. This is like when Destiny would put out new content and I had to grind the content to level up and to get ready. And I hated it. Like, the next couple of weeks are going to be freaking terrible. It's going to be Xbox, it's going to be Bungie. It's just going to be freaking awful. Just genuinely going to be terrible. Expedition 33 was a small studio on Game Pass also. Tommy, you know I like you. So I'm going to give you a chance to think about what the difference is between something like South of Midnight and Expedition 33, and why Day and Date on Game Pass probably hurt South of Midnight more than it hurt Expedition 33. Just think about it for a second. Pretty big difference there. That would make it a lot more detrimental, and then also even more frustrating to see the company that tasked Compulsion Games with making a game for Game Pass Day and Date then being held to some sales quota. Expedition 33 was a multi-plat game that went viral and became the media darling. South of Midnight was only on the Xbox and PC. And that's what's frustrating about it, Tommy. Like, that's why I'm like, hang on, I'm going to give you a second to analyze the difference. The frustrating thing here is the company that owns Compulsion has them put their game on Game Pass Day and Date, and then you're going to turn around and be like, you didn't sell enough copies, we got to close you down. What the frick? We're doing this again? You did it with Hi-Fi Rush, and we're going to do it again? You didn't learn? You didn't learn. You put Hi-Fi Rush on Game Pass Day and Date as a shadow drop. It went viral, and it didn't sell enough copies to keep Tango open. But you're just going to keep doing it. You're just going to keep doubling down. Let's just keep putting small games from small studios on Game Pass, and we'll all scratch our heads. I wonder why they didn't sell enough copies. That's why this company infuriates me. They're so freaking frustrating. They don't learn the lesson. I wonder what happens when I step on this rake. And then their nose is bleeding. Oh, I don't get it. I don't understand. I wonder what's going to happen if I step on this rake. Boom. It's like, Hi-Fi Rush was all the proof you needed that putting a small game on Game Pass, you were going to turn around and be like, oh man, it didn't really sell well. But you're just going to keep doing it? And then you're going to turn around and you're like, I can't believe we have to close down another studio whose game didn't sell a lot of copies. You put it on Game Pass. You did it. You did it. I can't believe their neck broke. I mean, we put the noose around their neck and we pulled the lever and knocked the floor out beneath them. Well, I don't know. I can't believe their neck broke. You did it. That's why this company frustrates the fire out of me. They're so frustrating because their plans and their strategies are so stupid and they're so bankrupt from anybody who understands anything about making games, shipping games, the cost of games. It's like you guys learned this lesson 10 times over and you're just going to keep doing it. You're going to walk these small games out like lambs to slaughter and be like, I don't know what happened. It's just so bewildering. We had to shut down another studio. It's just freaking idiotic. It's like if you guys would have just pulled the dadgum e-brake on day and date years ago when, people with like a freshman level understanding of economics said that this wouldn't work. It's not going to work. It's too expensive. You're not going to get ROI. You're not. Anybody with a basic understanding of business was like, this isn't going to work. And they just keep doing it. And we were keep giving assurances that it was profitable. If it was so dadgum profitable, why are you going to have to shut studios down? Why? I thought it was profitable. I thought Game Pass was profitable. If it was so profitable, then putting games like South of Midnight and Hi-Fi Rush on there should have yielded great results. And those studios should still be open. Nope, Hi-Fi Rush's studio is gone, and now we're hearing Compulsion's probably next. It's like, oh my gosh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. They're sacrificing Gears of War E-Day, and I hate it. Oh, Erica. Oh my golly. It doesn't make an ounce of sense. Why Gears? It's like they're picking players for dodgeball, and they don't know how to pick the players. It's like, yeah, give me that guy. He's really big and slow. He'll be perfect for dodgeball. No, he won't. What are you doing? He's gonna be out in seconds. It's like, I know what we should do. Let's do console exclusives where we'll make less money, but we'll create this idea and this mirage of like exclusivity and a return to the brand. What should we pick? I don't know. How about a game that's been in development for 7 years? It's already ready for PlayStation and it has live service elements. That sounds like a good target. Let's pick Gears of War. The frick? No. It would have made way more sense to pick like Senua or something, like smaller title, smaller budget, smaller team. It's okay if it doesn't sell that many copies because you're just using it as a brand like cementer, as a loyalty ingratiator. That it makes way more sense to pick the smaller titles. But like Gears? It's been in development for like 7 years. And it's got live service stuff in it. What are you doing? It's like, it's so reactionary. And what are they going to do? They're going to turn around in 12 months and be like, Gears of War E-Day underperformed and didn't hit our expectation. Oh, you think? Oh, man. I don't know how that possibly could have happened. It's unbelievable that a really expensive, long-standing project with live service aspects, you limited the reach to a console where lots of people are going to play it on Game Pass. Gee, I wonder what's going to happen. Didn't somebody save the studio that made Hi-Fi Rush? That doesn't matter. It's still on Xbox's watch. That's still on their watch. They shadow dropped it and then turned around and said, yeah, we weren't happy with that. We expected it to generate more money. Oh my gosh. As Xbox eyes layoffs, Microsoft CEO says its video games aren't monetized enough. So it's not the canceled games or the 68 billion deals in AI or AI overspending. Yeah, it's not those things. Gears is literally the worst choice for this thing that they're doing, this experiment they're doing. It is quite literally the worst choice. The worst choice they could pick. It's been in development for a really long time. We have it on very good authority. A version exists for PlayStation, and it has live service elements in it. It's so dumb. It's the worst choice. And people will call this port begging. It's like, No, I actually think it would make more sense to do this experiment with smaller titles or more bespoke, unique titles like Clockwork Revolution, Senua. These would make more sense. It would be more of a commitment to being like, hey, you don't want these games, you don't want to miss out on these games. I think they purely picked Gears as a sacrificial lamb because they don't want people leaving the platform. They're worried about exodus. It's not a smart decision. It's a reactionary one. It's like trying to stop the bleeding and you grab a paper plate and you're like, that's not a very good decision. Like, that's not really going to help you stop the bleeding. But you're like, well, I'm just reacting. It's so extreme. I didn't have time to think. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, yeah, that wasn't a very good choice. Well, no one thinks about the choice in the moment when you're reacting. To be fair, Halo would be a worse choice, but Gears is not good. No, Halo Campaign Evolved would have been perfect. It'd have been perfect. There's no online component. There's no ongoing content. Gears, it's new and it's been in production for 7 years. Oh, you mean the new Halo? I think Halo Campaign Evolved would have been the perfect one, but I think they had already promoted it. That homie wore the PlayStation shirt and said, the future of Halo is on PlayStation. It's like, well, you can't do that and then walk that back. Gears is a dead brand IP. I'm not saying that it has potency. I'm talking about money, Ron. If they're trying to make back the money they spent on Gears, it's been in production for a super long time, and it's got live service. They're going to be making ongoing content for it, and they're limiting its reach. It's stupid. Halo Campaign Evolved would have been a better pick for a console exclusive. Halo is a big brand, but the game doesn't have live service elements. Yeah, Hilly already said that. It would have made so much more sense to do Halo Campaign Evolved. Oh my gosh, it's so frustrating. The thing about Gears E-Day is it's multiplayer and live service, and that man Matt Booty goes and says multiplayer and live service will remain multiplat. It makes no sense. Yes, their messaging doesn't make sense because they're not leading from the front. They're reacting. They are 100% reacting. Is Fable exclusive? No. No. They spoke about the fact that like, you know, they were going to do these exclusives or whatever, and then like everything else in the showcase wasn't exclusive except for Gears and frickin' Clockwork Revolution. Wario is reporting compulsion. Yeah, Kotaku is claiming that they have learned compulsion's done. Compulsion's about to get shut down. Insider Gaming can corroborate that that's one of the studios that was worried they were going to get shut down. So there was the concern that they were going to get shut down. And now we're hearing Kotaku is saying they have learned that they're one of the ones going to get shut down. Yeah, Mike kind of broke the story, and then Kotaku's kind of confirming it. Straw is saying Arcane 2. I can't. I don't have frickin' words. I don't have words for that. Arcane Leon working on Blade. King Thrash was saying that when Sony decided to end PC ports, they didn't send their execs to do a ton of interviews to hint at it. They just did it and then let the others report it. Jimmy Mack with the $10 super chat. Gears is symbolic. If Xbox is ever to keep any sense of identity and make a return, Gears is a pillar to lean on. I know, I get it. It was more the optics. Thank you, Jimmy, for the 10 spot. If Gears goes to PS5 in 12 months, just pack it up and become a publisher. Oh, I agree with you. Their last game... I don't know. That's what's so frustrating about Xbox is they buy studios, they put them within a failing edifice, and they're like, you guys aren't cutting it, you're closed. And it's like, what? It would be like buying players and then putting them within a franchise with a brain-dead coach. And you're like, well, we drafted you as a quarterback, but we're going to put you on the offensive line, and then we're going to cut you loose when you don't do a good job. And it's like they're literally acquiring studios and putting them within their failing edifice of make games and put them on Game Pass day and date, and then they turn around and they're like, you didn't make enough money, we got to cut you. Imagine that. Imagine going through that. Imagine going through that. Oh, we've been purchased. This will be great. Oh, wait, we have to put our, that's right. We have to put our games on Game Pass day and date. Well, I mean, are we going to be held responsible for the diminished sales? Are we going to be held responsible for that? Because if we're held responsible for the diminished sales, then we're in trouble. Like, I want you to think about the logic. I want you to think about how brazenly stupid Microsoft is. Just think about how brazenly stupid they are. They go to third-party companies and they compensate those third-party companies for the loss of sales when a game goes to Game Pass day and date. That is pure and utter acknowledgement of the cost of putting a game onto Game Pass. It would stand to reason that they could do their own internal analysis and go to somebody like Compulsion and say, we understand putting South of Midnight on Game Pass will cause this diminishment of sales. So that's not going to be held against you. Oh, also, we're not shipping this game to PlayStation. It's only Xbox and PC. We understand that will also lead to a diminishment of your sales. It's like they don't do that. It's like you acknowledge the impact that Game Pass has when you approach a third-party company and you're like, hey, we will pay you money. You will be compensated for the game going on Game Pass. But they can't do that for their own dadgum studios. It's like you weren't happy with the sales of Hi-Fi Rush. You put the game, you shadow drop the game on Game Pass. And then Compulsion, South of Midnight, only going to be on Xbox and PC. It's not a multi-plat release. Oh, and it's on Game Pass. And then you're going to turn around and shut the studio down because it didn't make enough money. What did I tell you was going to happen? I sat here and I told people, I said, my biggest concern is that this has all been a mirage. They buy all the studios, everybody's projects that are close to completion, we're going to throw your project on Game Pass. It's going to maintain cadence so that Game Pass looks successful, and we'll try to get more people to sign up for Game Pass. And once we're done shipping your game, and then it's been ported to PlayStation, so we've maximized the return on your property, we're going to cut you loose. I literally was worried that was going to happen. That's what they're going to do. They're going to grab a studio. Hey, we bought you. Great. You're a part of the team. So glad to have you on Team Xbox. Thank you so much. We're going to use your game to pad the cadence of Game Pass, and then we're going to port the game to PlayStation later to maximize ROI. And then once we've done that, we're going to turn you loose and shut you down. Good job, everybody who cheered for the acquisition. Good job. You guys did such a good job taking up for the consumer, taking up for the market, and taking up for the employees. I hope you're proud. And I swear to frick, if you tell me this is market conditions, oh my gosh, I'm going to have an aneurysm. This isn't market conditions. This is literally how they've been conducting business since these acquisitions. It's like you buy them, you take their content, you use it for Game Pass, you port it to PlayStation later, and then you shut the studio down. That's not market conditions. It isn't. It's a company that doesn't understand the principles of making games and selling them. They don't understand it. They buy games, squeeze them for what they're worth, and then the studios go bye-bye. It is infuriating. It's been so frustrating to watch this take place over these last couple of years. It's been so frustrating. Every single step of the way, it's like I've predicted so many of the things that they were going to do. I forgot about that one. I literally forgot about that one. I said, yeah, one of my biggest concerns is they're just going to buy these studios, and as soon as your game is served its purpose for Game Pass, they'll port it to PlayStation, and after you've done porting the game to PlayStation, you're going to get your papers. You're done. We're going to shut you down because now you're not worth anything to us. You served your purpose. I mean, can you blame Microsoft for that, though? The studios who agreed to the terms are at least just as liable for what's happening to them? No. Completely untrue. No. The ABK studios had no say in the acquisition, dude. Like, what are you talking about? The parent company has to entertain those types of offers, and their fiduciary duty to their shareholders, when an offer is as generous as the one that Microsoft came with, they practically have to sell. They practically have to. All those studios underneath ABK, they didn't have any say in what happened. What do you mean? So the team that made Hi-Fi Rush, you think they could have put a stop to the thing happening? All the teams under ZeniMax, you think they had a say in the matter? Like, hey, parent company, hey, executives, we'd actually think that's a bad idea. You think Pete Hines and the team, over there at Bethesda, you think they were thrilled to be folded into that edifice of like, hey, now all your games are exclusive? It was clear from the emails that Pete Hines was not happy with how things played out. Where's the on-screen chat? I don't do on-screen chat, and I never have. I never will. You let people put nonsense into your stream? No, thank you. Some of those studios weren't publicly traded, though. I mean, studios like Compulsion, Playground, they were all private. I actually don't actually know about... I thought Playground came with ABK. I thought Compulsion came with ABK. Were they standalone purchases? Also, you have to understand, when they entertained those offers, this pattern had not emerged. So if you're going to try to say, oh, Compulsion and Playground should have known this was going to happen, it's like, how could you possibly know this was going to happen? Microsoft is huge. They're flexing their muscle. They're spending money. You're thinking, oh, this is great. We've hit the lottery. We're going to get absorbed by a bigger company, and we're going to be safe. And no, you're not. Now that the pattern has emerged, I mean, what did the guy say who worked at 343? What did he say? He was basically like, nobody is safe. You don't want to be underneath Microsoft ownership. He literally was like, you're not safe. You don't want to be owned by Microsoft. So now, I would agree with you. If anybody right now entertained a purchase order from Microsoft, I'd be like, you're out of your head. You are out of your head. You do not want to be owned by this company. I think back then, nobody had any awareness of this being a possibility. The pre-ZeniMax acquisitions don't make sense anymore. The Fable team at Playground will not survive after the release of the game. I'd be terrified right now to be shipping a game multi-plat. I'd be terrified. Because that means once your game is out there, once your game is in the public's eye, and they've made as much money as they could make on it, I feel like they're going to cut you loose. Nate the Hate and Jason Schreier claim that Compulsion Games was warned last week about what was going to happen, and yes, it's officially closing its doors. Worth noting that the last two studios shut down by Xbox were coming off of prestigious award wins. Tango shut down after winning BAFTA for Best Animation. Compulsion shut down after winning a Peabody Award. Probably the two biggest awards Xbox-owned studios have earned. Compulsion, Ninja Theory, Playground, Turn 10, and Undead Labs were all independent, but that doesn't make your point any less true. That's what I'm saying. Like, at this point, they're not going to be able to convince anybody to get purchased by Microsoft. Anybody looking at them right now will be like, are you freaking kidding me? Absolutely not. I'm not going to come and work for you. You're going to shut me down. You're going to take my game that's coming to market. You're going to throw it on Game Pass. Then you're going to complain about a lack of sales. And then I'm out. Yeah, Asha Sharma just recently congratulated Compulsion Games on their Peabody Award. Playground is their best developer by far. I think the Coalition's I think Playground is really impressive in Forza. It really depends on how Fable lands. I think Fable's really stretched them as a studio. I think it's been very tough. I think it's been very tough on them to build Fable. I think Coalition is probably better it's probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. They're both super talented studios. id Software is also probably one of their best. You didn't like Gears 4 and 5 at all? I didn't like Gears 4. I liked 5. I thought 5 iterated on the combat well enough. Fable's a massive risk, and I don't believe that it's finished. Yeah, all the people that told me it was ready and getting delayed because of GTA 6. Yeah, that was another thing from the Windows Central article. Indeed, Fable 2 has been an incredibly tough project to put together, given the Forza tech had to be effectively built around the genre it was designed for. In the early days, there was much debate about simply building Fable in the Unreal Engine, owing to mature tools, in-house expertise, and support studios, but Forza tech won out. It could end up being a good thing in the longer term, as I'm told Xbox is increasingly looking at leveraging its in-house engines over external vendors to reduce costs. But at least for now, Forza tech extended Fable's development out further than it otherwise might have been. But we were all told that the engine was fine and it wasn't posing a problem and everything was fine. And now we're learning, oh no, it's been a problem. It's literally slowed production down. There won't be any layoffs. Here come the layoffs. No, the Fable engine, no. Forza Tech's fine. They're not running any problems with the engine. Oh, and then we find out that's literally why production's been so slow. It's just remarkable. Can we get 20 more likes on YouTube? You guys have been crushing it on the likes. This stuff's kind of developing right now. We're going to kind of continue to watch the feed just to see what happens. Give me a second, though. I will be right back. Okay. Spartan says, I love Xbox. Hope things get better and better for the brand little by little. This is going to be kind of like resetting a bone. You know what I mean? Like, going to be a lot of pain before things turn in a good direction. Withholding the reset memo and what seems to be the biggest bag of crap news until just after the fireworks of the showcase is something y'all are not mad about enough, says Nick. It's bad. I just am curious how many people are going to try and run Defense Force on this and say market conditions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not trying to be mean, but based on everything that's happened for the past 2 gens, what have they done that makes you love them? I have watched some people talk about the brand recently, and it amazes me. It amazes me how different they are from me. There are people that really, really like the brand, really, really celebrate the brand. They're very loyal, and it has nothing to do with games. They talk about the ecosystem. They talk about the features. They talk about the UI. They talk about Game Pass. And I'm like, none of those things are games. Like, what literally made me, excuse me, start playing on PlayStation more were PlayStation games. It was games. I didn't like the PlayStation interface. I don't like their UI. When I played Destiny back in the day and we would switch between the 2 platforms for raids, I hated raiding on PlayStation. Their audio codecs were terrible. You would hear everything in the background of somebody's house. The mics were way too sensitive. They basically shipped the PlayStation with like an earbud for your controller, so the mic was down here instead of up here, because like Xbox, the mic was up here, right? So the default mic was down here, so it was like a speakerphone level of mic sensitivity. So anytime you play with anybody on PlayStation, you could hear like their mom making dinner 2 rooms over, clanking around with, you know, silverware. So like, what got me to start playing more on PlayStation, it wasn't the UI, which I liked less. It wasn't the features. It wasn't any of those things. It was the games. When I first started playing on my PlayStation 4 Pro back in the day, I played God of War and Spider-Man with an Xbox controller. I literally got a Cronus Max so that I could play, because I did not like the PlayStation 4 controller. So, it's never made sense to me. It's like, why are those things so celebrated? Like, those aren't games. Do you want to know why those things are celebrated? Because they were the things that the brand signaled were important. They couldn't walk out and like champion their games and their first party offerings because they've been all over the place. Yeah, Mike Straw is saying that Rare and Obsidian aren't getting shut down. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to go through their own like layoffs, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think those are the things the brand championed, and then people sort of, you know, internalize that as, well, that's what matters. Like, those are the things that I'm going to champion. Those are the things that are going to matter to me. And it's like, I'm not the same as you at all because you didn't list any games. I think the UI customization is better on the Xbox side of things. Yeah, I think it is. I do. But I'm not playing that. I'm playing games. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm playing games. That's what I'm engaging with. I'm engaging with games. I'm engaging with stories, with narratives, with combat, with action. Like, that, again, I am not the same as people like that. So I'm not being dismissive or judgmental. I'm just saying we are nothing alike if that's what makes you loyal to Xbox. You're loyal to things that are, to me, they're not games. So they matter very little. It's like saying, I go to this dessert shop. It's my favorite dessert shop. Why? I love the color of sprinkles that they use. You're like, what? Are the cakes any good? Nah, they're okay. Oh. Like, it's like, what? That's not the main thing. That's like the UI and the interface and the features. Those are additive. Those aren't central. I still think PlayStation's interface isn't that great, but you know what? I interact with it for all of like 5 seconds before I'm in a game and playing, and then once I'm in the game, it's like I'm not interacting with that at all. Eldest one with 2 months of memberships over here on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. When I'm on my PlayStation, I'm playing the games. I'm not using the UI. I mean, if you want proof that having like a really fancy or really nice UI doesn't matter that much, all you got to do is look at Steam. Like, Steam's UI is so basic, so utilitarian. I mean, it's like the epitome of utilitarian. It is the epitome of utilitarian, and Steam is dominant. Why? Because once you open the game, who cares? It's better now. Yes, Steam's interface is better now, but for a while there, dude, Steam was, Nate the Hate says, Xbox layoff, says it's going to be a bloodbath. Says there's been talks about significant layoffs since Summer Game Fest concluded. So even an insider now is saying it's going to be real bad. Finding games on Steam is impossible sometimes. Yeah, my wife and I don't really have a co-op game to play right now. I was going to pivot from Lego Batman to Astroneer Starseeker, but it's got such bad reviews, I'm not gambling on it. The reviews are plummeting everywhere. They're bad on PlayStation and they're bad on Steam. And there's just not really anything co-op out right now. I don't think nothing major co-op is coming out until that Switch game, Orbitals. I mean, I was looking last night on the Switch Marketplace. I thought maybe there's some Nintendo Switch games that came out that were co-op that we missed. No, we haven't had a chance to watch that. We watched The Birds the other night. We're working our way through Hitchcock stuff. Like, we're not really in the mood for that. You check out Swim for the Adventure. Yeah, there's a demo for Adventures of Elliot. I downloaded it on the Switch 2 last night, and then I realized, wait, I could probably get this on my PlayStation. That one, I think Adventures of Elliot looks like it might be pretty good. She won't remember what you play anyway. This is true. Where did Nate the Hate say that? On Reset Era. Nate Drake, I'm sorry. It's going to be a bloodbath. Lots of layoffs are expected across the entire Xbox division. He said that 46 minutes ago. I literally think that her memo... I think her memo is literally a form of damage control. It's like, well, if we tell people ahead of time, they can kind of brace for impact. That's fitting. Xbox is in their own reset era. Oh gosh, that was a terrible joke. Capcom is removing paid DLC and making the content unlockable through gameplay. It's a small but meaningful shift that rewards time and effort instead of microtransactions. Yeah, I don't know. I saw that. That's crazy that they're doing that. I don't understand why Xbox would buy so many studios just to close others. It's so hard to zoom out and get a clear picture on what happened, but like the quickest summary I can give you is they created this machine that required a cadence of games that they couldn't keep up with because of their own self-inflicted stupidity. So they basically set it up to where games can't come to the market fast enough because they have all of their studios working under the dumbest conditions. They've got the 18-month contract policy. They have the Xbox Series S. They're basically setting up where you have to make games very quickly, but we've just made it really hard on you doing that. So since the games aren't coming out fast enough, now we have to go back and buy a bunch of studios of games already coming to the market so we can create a mirage of cadence. Like, these are not games and talent that they fostered. It's just stuff they bought. And then it comes to the market, and it makes Game Pass feel like it has a cadence. And then, once they've squeezed the life out of that studio, and they've made about as much as they possibly can, they turn the studio loose. That's why they're so frustrating as a brand, and that's why people that are like, oh yeah, herder, Xbox bad. It's like, I'm sorry that you lack the analytical powers to see how frustrating this company has been as they self-inflict their own wounds. And then they treat the wound with something that causes an infection, and they're like, well, we have to chop the limb off now. And it's like, you did it. You did all of it. It's like they cut their arm, self-inflict the wound, and they're like, put a Band-Aid on it, but make sure and rub that Band-Aid in some poop first. And then they put the poopy Band-Aid on the arm, and then they get an infection, and they have to chop the arm off. They're like, we can't believe this happened. And it's like, You did every step of the way. You self-inflict the wounds. You make it hard for studios to make games quick enough. So then because they can't make games quick enough, you have to go and buy a bunch of other studios. And when then those studios feed Game Pass's machine, its feed me machine, all of a sudden it's like, well, thank you so much. You guys served your purpose now. We'll port your game to PlayStation and then we'll shut your studio down. It's like you self-inflict the wound, treat the wound with an infection, and when it gets infected and festers and you have to cut it off, you're like, oh, I can't believe this happened. They're so frustrating as a brand. And the evangelistic obfuscation that we've had to listen to for the last 5 years about the brand, and now they're all going to shrug and go, market conditions, herder, Xbox bad, like you guys all just want to hate on Xbox, and it's like, yeah, What deep thinking analysis that is. Naughty Dog released another update to The Last of Us Part 2 for players struggling with media literacy. Insider Gaming, Arcane, and Compulsion games are at risk of closure. Yeah. What a great time to give a bunch of the most influential Xbox fans a 25th anniversary edition free of charge. Let's go, Knicks. Hey, 37 months. Give it up for New York, all right? You know what I mean? Concrete Jungle got one. It took 53 years. I've not even been alive that long. Congrats. I mean that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Isn't it been like 53 years? How long has it been? Didn't they say they have M&A as an option to accelerate growth? Well, Phil Spencer said that ABK was not their strategy. It was an accelerant to their strategy. I think we're seeing what their strategy is. Yes, 53. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's a long time. Xbox is gearing up to join PayPal and Klarna's Buy Now, Pay Later program, letting you spread the cost of Xbox purchases across weeks or even months interest-free. If Xbox shuts down Arcane, do you think Marvel just sticks with Sony going forward? I mean, you'd be hard pressed to get another Marvel contract after that. I don't know. That's going to be a huge bummer after Blade's absence was defended. We were even, I think we saw whispers that Blade was going to be included. And they opted not to. I wonder if that's why they opted not to. They didn't want another Perfect Dark situation. Didn't we hear that Blade was supposed to be included in the showcase? And something changed? I wonder if that's what changed. I wonder if they ultimately decided, like, no, that's going to take too long and be too expensive. And so they pulled it from the showcase. Because they knew what they were getting ready to do. They didn't want another Perfect Dark on their hands. Not that I heard. I swear there was a rumor. Rumor Blade was supposed to be included in the Xbox showcase. The lack of an appearance sparked cancellation rumors, fueled by speculative comments. I thought Aaron Greenberg spoke to the fact that, like, they almost included it or something. I swore I read that, like, he or somebody hinted at the fact that, like, it was close to being included or something to that effect. Blade would have been a cool game. I agree. I agree with people saying it would have been an easy layup because it, third person and make it pretty visceral and mature. Blade is a vampire game. It was never going to see the light of day. Leave. Leave now. No. Leave. That's terrible. That joke's freaking awful. Oh my gosh. Won't be surprised if Blade got canceled. It's going to be just one more game in a long history of games with Xbox where, like, they're more concerned with making announcements to get people excited than, like, actually bringing product to the market. Like, it's like they don't give a frick about that. They don't care. All right, hang on. Rebecca Valentine is reporting that they've learned that studio leadership at Compulsion are apparently in some sort of negotiations with Microsoft over this, but not sure what the specific end goal will be. Compulsion's leadership is in negotiations about the studio's fate, but the details of these negotiations have not been revealed. Well, and it could go nowhere, or it could go into at least let us spin off and keep the IP or something. I don't see a company like that with that game and what happened. I don't see Xbox keeping them. At the very least, maybe they're trying to say, hey, could you at least spin us off independent so we could keep the IP and keep going. They don't have any valuable IP. Maybe they're working on something. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that South of Midnight was some kind of a banger, but it was a good game that they could have refined on and made a sequel. Same way that Kena Bridge of Spirits was like, it wasn't a banger, it was a good game, and they're refining it, and it looks better for the sequel. It's another We Happy Few. I'm behind, but Steam's UI is way better. I wasn't really speaking to like preferences of what I like. I was just saying for the longest time, Steam's UI was extremely like stripped down and utilitarian, and it didn't matter. Like they were dominant, and that didn't seem to affect them. Does that make sense? Like, it wasn't like people were like, oh my gosh, Steam's UI is just so plain and so basic. It was like, it did its job. Like, at the end of the day, having a fancy, snazzy UI with lots of features doesn't matter. It's better, but it was stuck in 2010 to like 2022. Yeah, up until a couple of years ago, it was pretty much the same. And now, I still would say, like, this is just very, very... I mean, I just don't think this is all that... It's fine. This is not amazing. This isn't fancy. There's not... It does its job. It's utilitarian. I mean, I think that's probably the point I'm trying to make, is that, like, you just need the UI to do its job. So I don't know why anybody would say, like, their loyalty to Xbox is because of, like, UI or features or things of that nature. If that makes sense. Oh, I meant to say this all throughout today. I think I'm going to have a bit of a schedule conflict tomorrow. I think we're probably going to have to go live at noon. I've got some things going on and some parts moving, and sometimes I'm just going to potentially have a conflict where we might have to go live at noon, which I know is different and weird, but I meant to say that all throughout today to like let people know. I'll probably do a post on the channel to let people know, hey, I have a schedule conflict. I'll go live tomorrow at noon. So we'll still do a show, but it'll likely be later in the day. I've not had time to do certain things, and like certain things just have to happen, you know, living normal life. Yeah, I saw that Craig Duncan left. Yes. They let Toys for Bob go independent. Yeah, so if you guys are in the Twitch chat tomorrow morning and everybody's like, where the heck is he? If you're in the Discord tomorrow, just let folks know. We'll probably post an official announcement in the Discord as well. That's another great reason to be in the Discord. We never say the UI is our favorite part of a game. We praise it when it's unintrusive and clean. Right. It's like sound design, UI design. These things are always praised when they're not bad. It's like, you know what I mean? If they're bad, it's like they get a ton of attention. When they're good, they kind of get ignored. Gears of War E-Day lists its official system requirements, and it appears that the game will require a hefty minimum amount of horsepower to run. It's going to require a GeForce 2060 as the minimum listed GPU. How much? $1 and something? Where were you? Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah. Oh. Stop buying surprise toys. 130 gig of storage. Where's the minimum memory requirements? I'm not seeing that. Oh, Digital Foundry's reporting on it. They're recommending 16 gig of RAM. Minimum, they're saying 12. Spain or Xbox, who's doing worse right now? How is Spain not scored yet? Who's Cabo Verde? How are they keeping them at how are they keeping them at 0? How are they keeping Spain at 0? What the heck is going on? Will you play the COD campaign this year? Maybe. They've been kind enough to include me on a lot of their early looks and stuff. I got invited to LA. I thought I was getting faked out. I hadn't been invited to something like that in a really long time. So, yeah, maybe. RAM, that's just straight RAM. It was recommending 16, minimum 12. I'm in Spain without the S. Pain. Yeah, it's got to be rough cheering for Spain right now. I mean, is this even a team that you would expect this? What are they doing? Are they doing some sort of... Are they parking the bus or something? It's just one of those matches so far. Cabo Verde is 10 tiny islands off the coast of Africa in the Atlantic. Is this a team known for this? Like, Spain's usually one of the favored teams, are they not? Can you get my last? How is anything in the news good at all? What's the point of the bluster making gears and compulsion or clockwork? I think you meant to say exclusive. Asha said she's not abandoning Xbox gaming, right? Can she control that? I'd be curious to see how they're shutting Spain down. Like, are they using like the park the bus strategy or something, where like you just go full defense and make it really, really hard? Spain always starts slow in big tournaments. Jakob says game was terrible, good riddance. You can't be serious. So because you didn't like a game, you're like, good riddance to the studio? I thought South of Midnight was cool. It wasn't like the world's best game ever, but it was certainly cool. And again, I think it added texture and character and variety to the portfolio. Not every game can be like Gears of War, Call of Duty, and I don't know, a Marvel game. Like, Yamal tends to disappear in big games. Oh, Yamal only just subbed in. I was going to say, usually final 20 minutes is when things can get real, because that's when they sub, and you get some fresh feet out there, you get some fresh legs on the field. It can really turn the tide of a match, especially one that's just nil all. Like, come on. So you get those boys out there with fresh legs, they're hungry to score, looking at 0-0 for 70 minutes. When's Italy playing? I don't know. I thought Italia already played. The other game today is Belgium, Egypt, and then Saudi Arabia and Uruguay. Tomorrow is France, Senegal, Iraq, Norway, Argentina and Algeria. Austria, Jordan, Portugal, DR Congo, England, Croatia on Wednesday. Ghana, Panama, Uzbekistan and Colombia. Czechia, South Africa. Switzerland, Bosnia. Mexico. Oh, Mexico and South Korea. That'll be a good game. I'll be cheering for South Korea for my Korean friends. Where the heck is Italia? Are you asking that as a joke? Italy didn't qualify. I was like, I don't see them. I always liked watching Italy play when the goalie's name was Buffon. They'd be like, Buffon! He'd make like a big save. Like, the Buffon! Oh, man. Assassin's Creed Shadows final update is out tomorrow. Black Tide Story Quest. High challenge domains, 2 new Animus Live projects. I'm so mad that they cut co-op from that. It would have been so fun to play that with Madam. I would have really, really enjoyed that. I can tell you where Italy is. They're at home. A guy replied to my tweet. He says, it's called business restructuring, and then he put a flex. And it's like, listen, man, when you celebrate everything the brand does, I would call that a problem. Like, you can't even be critical of the mismanagement or closing studios. You're like, nope, that's good too. It's all good. You know? Y'all finished Reanimal? No, we didn't like it. Why are you saying goal? No one scored. She was saying she likes the Spain commentary. Spain commentary are love. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, when you type that, everybody's going to think that somebody scored. This is their first World Cup. The team against Spain, this is their first World Cup? Well, they're putting on an impressive show. If you're keeping Spain at a goose egg, that's no small feat. Netherlands really frustrated me. They really frustrated me. That's my team, and they had some really good looks. They should have beat Japan. Do you play soccer or football? Well, see, I'm in America, and we like to save time and not worry about things that don't matter, like calling it football or footy. We just say soccer, so then we don't have to explain what we mean. I can't wait to coach my son's football team. You coach football? Well, what I mean is soccer, and now I've just wasted seconds of our precious time on something that doesn't ultimately matter. So I'll just call it soccer. Your girlfriend's Korean, so we're definitely cheering for South Korea to win. Go Sun. Daebak. They won their first game. Daebak. They did not qualify the past couple of years. They weren't part of FIFA before that. They were part of Portugal before that. Oh, okay. The tournament expansion blows, watered down. Almost no decent team will fail to make it out of the group stage. Gay and lame. Well, there you go. Apparently, having all these games is homosexual. I didn't know that. That was unexpected news today. I mean, we're seeing studios close down, layoffs, but the World Cup structure, it's gay. I didn't know that. Did you see the reverse call on the Americans? No, I didn't. What was the call? Tripping? Wait, I'm confused. It was reversed into diving. In the game? So in the game, they reverse it into diving? That's crazy. There was one that really frustrated me. I don't even know what game I was watching. And the guy, it was total diving. And they gave him a free kick. And it was in a really advantageous spot. And I was like, that's freaking ridiculous. I don't even remember what game it was. Yeah, with VAR. It's a new rule for the World Cup. Yeah, I saw the one guy get a red card when they reviewed the play because he hit the guy in the face, and it was blatant. It was super obvious. He went and watched the replay. When I saw the replay, I was like, that homie's out. I was like, that's a red card. It was a clear swing down on his face. It wasn't like he lost his footing and bumped his face. It was a straight up volitional swing. And I was like, you're out of here, homie. As soon as I saw the replay, I was like, you don't even need multiple angles. Oh, that's a good reversal. Don't play that on stream. Yeah, I don't want to get claimed. Oh, because of the music. Yeah, I'm not going to play the music. I mean, I can show it to you guys without the music. Yeah, this is a pretty easy call. Not even touches him. And look how late it is. So late. That's such a flagrant dive. I mean, no contact and almost two full strides before falling. Oh yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. You should see this Cape Verde team. Pure amateurism in display. This match is amazing. Well, I don't understand why you're saying the match is... It sounds... When you say amateurism, are you saying you're giving them praise for being amateurs and playing very well? Did we go to full time yet? Oh no, we're at 87. Wow. All right. I'm going to go to Green Room. I'm going to watch the end of this with you guys in Green Room. I'm not going to stream it to you, but I'm going to commentate and watch. I want to see what happens. This one could be a banger of an ender. Guys, as again a reminder, tomorrow the show will start around noon, so make sure it's a great reason to be in the Discord. It's a great reason to be a member. $5 a month, you'll never be out of loop on what's going on here, okay? If you're here this late in the day, it means you're pretty committed. You're a part of what we do. Click that join button. Spend the $5, get a membership, get in the Discord. Same thing for Twitch. It's a $5 sub and gets you in the Discord. All right, I'll see you guys in there.